I regret to inform you that no, squids are not isopods, they're cephalopods. Isopods are crustaceans. An isopod is a type of crustacean. A squid is a type of cephalopod. That's not going to make any sense in the VOD. People are going to be jump scared by that and be like, what is he talking about? It's pretty funny though, so I'll leave it in. Come to think of it, we'll be seeing a cephalopod soon enough in this game. Maybe that's some clever foreshadowing. There we go. Hello! It is Chunionika, and it's time for Devil May Cry 2. As always, let me know, once we get into gameplay, how the audio is. It's a little hard to balance these games because there's guitar shredding and guns blasting constantly. And sometimes not great audio dialogue mixing, so, you know. Anyway, Devil May Cry 2. Oh boy, let's talk about this game for a bit before I jump in. As you can see at the bottom there, released in 2003 for the Sony PlayStation 2. Available in just about everything now. Devil May Cry 2 is probably the most misunderstood game in the franchise. Maybe one of the most misunderstood games ever. Honestly, it's got a reputation that maybe while emotionally correct is factually incorrect. We'll get into that. We'll get into all sorts of game design discussion as we play this game, because another thing that I think is a bit misunderstood about this is that it's a boring game, it's an uninteresting game. No, this is a fascinating game. You just have to know where to look to find the interesting bits, because I actually think that this is incredibly, incredibly fascinating. You can see at the bottom, there is Dante in parentheses. One of the fascinations of this game is it was on 2 discs, but if you have the PlayStation 2 version, you'd know that those 2 discs contain like 99% the same data. The only difference is the startup screen and the mission select menu, but if you pick a mission with Dante and then put in the second disc, it'll play just fine. We'll get into who that second character is, and of course we will be playing as them as well. But some behind-the-scenes development for this game. It does share one thing in common with Devil May Cry 1, which is that it didn't start development as Devil May Cry. Pretty famously, it was an unrelated Capcom action game that in the last 6 to 8 months of development, Hideaki Itsuno and his team came in and kind of retrofitted it into being Devil May Cry. There's all sorts of unused content for this game that you can look up on the internet. I'll talk about some of it. It's fascinating. So my personal history with this game, I got it when it first came out. I even got a goddamn pre-order t-shirt at the GameStop, and I had no problems with it, honestly. I quite liked it at the time. I thought it was very cool. There were some things that I preferred in Devil May Cry 1, of course, but you know, I like this game well enough. It reviewed pretty decently. The only downside for a lot of the reviews was that people did think it was much easier than the first game, but its misunderstood reputation is definitely a more recent thing, more of a post-Devil May Cry 3 and around the era of Devil May Cry 4 kind of thing did that start to take off. But again, we'll get to that as we get to it. Let's turn off the music here. That was Shoot the Works. That is a track we'll be hearing in this game. This game has a really good soundtrack. I feel like people don't talk about that enough. Let's turn that off, and let's get to the video game. Whoops, no, that's the opposite of getting to the video game. There we go. So we're going to technically be starting a new game, but I'm going to pick load game because I put in a cheat code that gives you access to some extra costumes. You know, it's such a shame that they decided to stick with that whole red coat thing. I mean, whatever happened to Dante's iconic brown leather jacket and zebra print neckerchief? I think we can all agree that this is Dante's most iconic look. This was a collaboration with the Diesel clothing brand, which, from what I understand, still exists. They don't collaborate with Devil May Cry anymore, which is a truly a mistake. We're going to pick this. Oh, another thing to point out is you can see here it says character select. This is not how you pick the other playable character. This is essentially a costume select. But in the PlayStation 2 version of the game, you didn't have a character select. You had a character select. They misspelled it. Anyway, let's start Mission 1. Hell yeah, Diesel for successful living.
In a time long since past.
Oh, we get actual subtitles in this game.
An age of darkness.
Also, let me know if that's loud enough. If it's not, I can turn it up. Look, it's the statue of Mundus!
Powerless under their rule. Humanity's hope lived in a demon named Sparda. With a spirit unlike any other, and wielding the sword that bore his own name, Sparda eradicated the demons.
Whoa! Action! Now, who's that cool lady? In her stylish diesel attire as well.
The land of Sparda has been inherited by his son, the demon slayer, Dante.
Hell yeah! I like this opening. It's a nice, like, I always like when something just starts in the middle of a story. Like, what was he doing before this? How did he get the message to come here? Who cares? Action!
You called?
By the way, Dante has a coin in this game. It's kind of his thing. All guys have a coin phase.
Till next time, son of Sparta.
Oh, she's pretty cool. We're pretty cool. I don't know. Game seems alright so far. Ocean. Which ocean? Doesn't matter. It's just an island in the ocean. That's where they tend to be. Mission 1. Toward the north, the hunter of dark blood will realize his destiny. Guidepost for the hunters. Chapter 1, Clause 3. Alright, mission start. Look at that full motion video skybox. Oh my goodness. Yeah, jump off of high things. Hell yeah, remember Metal Gear Solid 2? Kind of starts like that. So we are thrust right into gameplay. And now, as is customary, we'll take a look at the controls. But first, let's take a look at the pause menu, because there's some things here. Now we have, we've still got some pre-renders. They look a little better, you know. These menus, I like them a little more than DMC1. Equip. We now have Amulet. This is not the same Amulet from Devil May Cry 1. This is a different type of Amulet. We can't do much with this right now. You can see all we have equipped is Electro Heart, adds lightning element to your attack and Devil Trigger. What does that mean? We'll take a look at it. Swords! First appearance of Rebellion, my beloved. Not much lore here, just a standard sword for Dante. But yeah, a lot of people don't even know that this is where Rebellion started. Yeah. Guns. It just says handguns here, but obviously it's ebony and ivory. And as it says, twin pistols that fire magic bullets. Because Dante's not firing real bullets, he's firing magic. We have file again. Again, not much more info here with the weapons. Although, looking at that paper texture on the background, I want to say that I think I've used this exact paper texture more than once in my life. Which is very funny. We get enemy file as well, but we haven't fought any enemies yet. And here's an important one, action. We get these lovely, again, these renders of Dante mid-movement, so we'll talk about each of these. But it's very important you go here so you actually know how to control your Dante. That said, some of them are not worded very well. Rainstorm, the tutorial for it says, press X button in the timing toward an enemy right below you. What the hell does that mean? Well, we'll take a look at it. Alright, so of course, we've got gun. You don't have to hold R1 anymore. You can just press the square button. We've got sword. And we jump. And we've got a new button now, which is dodge. So they put dodge on its own button. If you lock on and jump to the side, you don't do your dodge roll anymore. You just jump. I don't like that, but I understand the change. Because a lot of people, even to this day, kind of struggle with dodging in Devil May Cry. And if you know, you know, putting a dodge on a circle is a precursor to something we'll see. We've got different animations for the different directions. I think that's pretty cool. You can absolutely link these together and be a weirdo. He does like a... It's not quite a gainer, but he does a special backflip if you do 3 in a row. Sword combos are a little different. They're still sort of timing based. But rather than pressing the button at a different time, the way it works is you hold any direction, just any direction on the stick. After, like, so for example, if I do 1 slash and then direction, he'll do that. If I do 2 slashes and then direction, he does that. 1, 2, 3. You get the idea. It works well enough. It's fine. Another new move is if we hold R1 and press triangle in the air, we do these cool flip kicks. And if you do it 3 times in a row, he does Helmbreaker, of course. No lock on, still Helmbreaker. Speaking of directional inputs, we still get high time. Now you can, can't really, it's way easier to do on an enemy, but you can high time and follow up with an aerial rave. Much to consider for the future. Here's where the problems start to arise, though. Here's our Stinger. That's not great. Also, we start with Stinger, which is interesting. But it's just not quite as good. It's not as good of a space closer. It's a little slow, so you might be incentivized to do something else when enemies are far away. Hint, hint. Other cool stuff, though. We can now do this. This is something we'll see in the future. And there's Rainstorm. So the way you do Rainstorm is you press the gun button either immediately after an air hike or after you do a wall run. You can also do a wall run. Let's find some nice space here. That should be fine. Like that. Sort of like, you know, like a certain action movie that was still quite popular at the time. So, you've actually got quite a lot in your kit. Like, a whole lot that Dante can do. Also, look at those hair physics. Oh my goodness. Nothing seems too bad so far aside from that Stinger. We're going to be talking a lot about game design, though. Primarily encounter design. Also, yeah, we're kind of on, like, Timu, Malay Island. It's very reminiscent of Malay Island, but it's not quite there. It's just a little bit off. We've got these flags. They don't have bootleg umbrella crests, but, you know, the color grading's the same. Oh, yes, there is another move. Thank you, Wansan. They don't tell you about the wall landing attacks. So that's another thing you can do in this game. If you hold R1, well, basically the input is R1 and triangle while landing. So, whoop. Timing's a little tight, and it's very strange. Oh, do you have to do it at the same time? Hold on. Let's get a better angle here so I can watch my animation. I know it's just R1 and triangle. Why is he not doing it? There it is. Okay, so you can't be holding R1. You have to wait until... Oh, I was doing it too fast. Okay. His legs have to be a little bent there on the ground. And then he does a bit of a Tetsuzanko? There's a variant of that when we're DT'd. But yeah, they don't tell you about that in the action, whoops, tab of the screen, of the pause screen. There's a couple secret moves in this game that we will look at. But that one's pretty unique. Blorb fragments are back. Good to know. Alright. Wait, before we go there. Gotta remember the orb. Yeah, look at this. Doesn't it look... It looks just a little bit like Malay Island. Just a tad bit. Oh no! Could it be an enemy encounter? This is the most basic enemy of the game. They're skeletons inside of skeletons. I think that's pretty cool. So, here's where the cracks start to show. Encounter design. Notice how far away they were from me. And our Stinger's not great. So, you know, you're gonna think to shoot him. And you notice that after a while, it launches them into the air. So you go, oh, my guns are really good. But did you see how long that took to defeat him? Look at that. He's still not gone. Now let's hit this guy with a sword. One combo. This guy's still not dead despite how many times I shot at him. Look how long this takes. So people will see that this is relatively safe because of the encounter design, which encompasses more than just mechanics or enemies or whatever. It's the room you're in, the space you create between you and the enemy. And again, our Stinger, just not quite up to snuff. So what this game actually wants you to do is dodge around to either close gaps or create gaps and get up close and personal with your sword. But unfortunately, because the first fight is this gigantic area that's like a straight line, there's a lot of space between you and the enemy, you're going to shoot at them. And you're going to go, oh, I had a decent amount of luck with that. I guess that's how the combat flow in this game works. To then compound upon the issue, the second enemy set they make you fight is flying enemies. So you go, okay, I guess we shootin'. Okay, I dealt with that one pretty easily. Can't find the other one because, again, the encounter design is very strange. Most people aren't going to do what I just did there. But look, one aerial rave. I actually took out two. We got a 2-for-1 sale. Didn't mean to do that, but that was pretty cool. Most people are just going to shoot at them because this is a big square area, a squarea, if you will. They're flying enemies, and the camera doesn't really keep up with stuff very well. So the first two fights, and again, first impressions are everything in video games. The first two fights don't incentivize you to do anything that's not shooting your guns. The Lidl of Encounters, 2-for-1. I appreciate the Lidl reference. So by this point in the game, you're like, okay, I guess my guns are my combo starter. But oh look, close-in enemies. Look how much faster it goes when you actually use your sword. And also look that I have some DT built up. Again, just, it's a lot to keep track of, but hear me out here. Get these orbs and these statues. There are still some cool angles like this. Again, very, very Resident Evil still. I wish there were more angles like this in combat. Because I feel like the camera is one of your strongest enemies. Anyway, not a yellow orb, but a gold orb. Glorb, my beloved. Yellow orbs are extra lives. Gold orbs are revives. Devil May Cry 2 introduced gold orbs. Devil May Cry 2 introduced a lot of things. But anyway, here's another encounter where we're a little closer in. Again, we defeat things very quickly when we actually use our sword. Also, look at how much DT I've gained. Let's use our DT, and let's... Hold on. There we go. Got to do that sweep kick. Our DT is a little weird in this game. We'll get more into it. I'm trying to do the million stab combo, but it's a little... Whoop. That's fine. We'll get it. Yeah. You use up DT relatively quickly in this. So, remember, building DT, one of the best ways to do it in the first game was using the guns. Remember how good the grenade gun was for us? Let's shoot these enemies to death. Oh. 2 enemies done and barely 1 pip. Actually, not even 1 pip. But did you notice I was building it much faster with my sword? Do you see the picture I'm painting for you here? Do you see what I'm trying to establish early on is doing this in every fight makes every fight take like 4 times as long because your damage output is actually very bad with the guns and you build DT very slowly? Is it obvious? Is it obvious what's going on? Now, the problem with that is not entirely player-based, and that's kind of what I'm trying to get through, is that, no, this game does have problems. It has a lot of conveyance problems with what they want you to do with the combat. Because, as we'll demonstrate later, as Wonsan has so generously taught me, this is the most stylish thing you can do, is this sort of action. We'll see where. But the game definitely has its fair share of issues. And the issue is not guns too strong. In fact, one of the issues is guns too weak. Because let's just say, you know, oh my goodness, look at all these apes that have escaped. Let's say I was able to use my, you know, my twosome time. Come on, do it. Twosome time's a little finicky. There we go. Let's say I was able to use my twosome time and my rainstorm to just deal with these guys in like 1 or 2 shots. Well, then we would basically be playing Dynasty Warriors with guns. I mean, that would be satisfying in a sense. But we're not. The problem is the guns do so little damage that you're just going to sit here in a big room like this because the game doesn't tell you that you're supposed to use dodging to close spaces. Whoops. And get close to enemies. And you're just going to do this for like 5 minutes straight and not have a great time. But if you actually, you know, engage with the video game mechanics somewhat, you start to learn, oh, I'm much stronger if I actually, you know, use my sword? And if I dodge and if I press other buttons? Now, another conveyance issue that the game has with that is, remember charge shots from Devil May Cry 1? Remember how to do those? You lock on and you hold the button. You hold the gun button. What happens if we lock on and hold the gun button here? Oh, it's auto fire. So what happens even more is instead of mashing like this, people will sit here and make the low slow damage of the guns be even lower and slower because they go, well, it's making me defeat the enemies and I'm not getting hit. And that's enough, right? No, it's not enough because if you're, again, particularly observant, this is a stylish action game, and when you do that, your style doesn't raise. That should be all the hint you need to know you're doing something wrong. Anyway, we got a key. It's not a rusty key. It's a regular key. It's a key to unlock an iron barred door. When we defend Devil May Cry 2, it's not that we think... it's not that we don't think it sucks, it's that people think it sucks the wrong way. Yes, this game absolutely has problems. But the way people talk about it and actively refuse to engage with it is the thing. People go, oh, skip Devil May Cry 2, don't play Devil May Cry 2, it's not worth it, it's boring, etc., it's uninteresting. So then people create this, one hell of a bad meme machine, if you will. Look at the faces in these textures also. Pretty gross. They create this issue that now less and less people are actually interacting with this game and learning why it's not as good as the other games, and instead just parroting the same thing. The reality is, I mean, come on, this is at least like a Nano Breaker or a Bujin guy, you know? I would argue this is probably better than Nano Breaker. It's maybe like on par with the Castlevania 3D games in terms of PlayStation 2. You could do a lot worse. If you want to play a PlayStation 2 action game, you can do a lot worse than Devil May Cry 2. The game runs and always ran at 60 frames a second. There's no major glitches that you'll just run into. Naturally, there's no, crashes. It's very responsive, actually. Now, Dante doesn't have as many cancel frames as he does in 1 and 3, but he still feels very good to play as. You could do much, much worse than this game on the PlayStation 2 if you're looking for a game where a guy hits stuff with swords. You could be playing Chaos Legion. And I don't think you want to do that. I agree that there's reason to say the game doesn't incentivize you to experiment, but I also exhaust my options in worse games because that's fun to me. Yeah, so that's where we get kind of into the thing I've talked about before, which is like the psychology of video games. I'm a type of person where if you give me weapon durability, because that weapon durability, before I move forward, weapon durability is a game design cheat to force players to experiment. The problem is it only works on paper, because in practice, it's kind of a 50-50 split between people like, people unlike me, who will see that and go, oh, okay, I can't just rely on one thing, I'm going to have to learn every weapon. And then the seemingly more common, and it's just because I interact with more people like this, but the other side of that coin, oh, I guess that's appropriate given what game I'm playing. The other side of that coin is people who will go, well, if my weapons break, there's no reason to use anything that's not the most common weapon because I have to hoard everything. And now I don't want to experiment because my precious weapons break, so I'll just stick with the safest option. This game kind of initiates that same thought pattern of, oh, well, this is my safest option. Why should I interact or initiate with anything else? For me, that's not the case, because this game, you have other buttons, you have other ostensibly infinite resources, but it definitely could be doing more to demonstrate to you that you have more options. And the easiest way to do that would be just tighter designed levels, smaller rooms, weird hallways. Oh no! No time for that now, Goku. We got explosions. Hey, why is he wearing a red coat? What happened to his iconic leather jacket and zebra print neckerchief? And what's up with that weird thing Lucia's wearing? Anyway. So here's another thing. Even though I interacted with a lot of the mechanics, yeah, my stylish rank was still really low. This should also be a clue that maybe you're not doing things properly. Now, granted, a lot of my time and a lot of that was just trying to demonstrate the mechanics. Not saying that I'll S-rank every subsequent mission, but I feel like if you pay attention, there's enough clues to know that you shouldn't just be shooting stuff.
Good grief. They really made a big mess, didn't they?
Hey, Granny.
It sure took him a while to find this place.
Oh, this is really low. Hold on, let me turn the game up a little bit. This might just be one of those games where the cutscenes are extremely quiet.
Arrived, son of Sparta.
This jacket has him looking like Leon Sex Kennedy. It kind of does.
You knew him?
Oh, yes. We are the guardians of this land, Vidumali. Our clan once fought against the demons with Sparta, son of Sparta. We must
Look how
have
tiny
this
she is.
favor of you. You see, there's a man
Oh, no.
who transformed our land into a demon's And although he is the president of an international public corporation,
Oh no, a big evil CEO came in and built a city on the indigenous people's lands and stripped them of their culture, and truly, the real evil is man?
It's your lucky day.
No, I'm pretty sure it's demons. Anyway, there's Dante's coin again. He's going to be doing that a lot.
it leads to
I joke, but there is a little, you know, there's a bit of a,
are successful,
I don't know, would you call it narrative themes there?
son of Sparta.
Anyway, Mission 2, the aerial heart will give the hunter the chance to reach the skies. Sure. Alright. Just destroy this priceless artifact. So, encounter design. Here's another thing that's going to be not great coming up in terms of teaching you to use your swords. But before that, we have something of a puzzle. Something of a puzzle. It's not really a puzzle, it's like puzzle adjacent. I do generally think that again, the controls and combat in this are good. It's a little, I don't know how I would describe it. A little heftier. It's a little less arcade style. It's a little more hefty, and there's more flow to it. Which, not too much. Not too much that it feels, you know, feels too dial-a-combo or anything like that. It's got an interesting feel. It's still Devil May Cry enough, but it feels distinctly different. You want to mod Matiere over Raiden and fight Armstrong. I mean, you can do that if you want. So, hey, look! More flying enemies. And these ones do die in one shot. So yeah, by this point in the game, I am trying to defend where, you know, I'm trying to look at both points of view. I'm trying to do that nasty, gross little both sidesism that everyone hates. Oh, we all hated Devil May Cry 2 centrist. But, genuinely, I am trying to see where people are coming from, but also point out where they're still guilty of letting their first impression determine how they go throughout the rest of the game. And I will say that, yes, early on, they're doing a lot that seems like they want to incentivize gunplay over swordplay. But I don't think that they're doing that entirely, because here, this is more what a fight should be like in Devil May Cry. 3 enemies in a relatively small arena. So, I actually even got hit there. Oh, multiple times. Here, it's a lot more obvious. Green orb. A crystal with condensed demon fluid. Ooh, it will instantly recover your vitality. Again, healing item. An encounter like this in a room like this is usually, and this looks small, but this is about the size of the rooms or the fight areas we would be in Devil May Cry 1. At the very least, like, an enemy's on one corner and I'm on the other, you know. My stinger doesn't quite make it. Probably would have made it in DMC 1, but, you know, it's close enough that a little dodge in and stinger would be all you need. We need more rooms like that in this game early on to really inform people of what they're supposed to be doing. Light a blue flame, and then the way will be opened. Oh, look, and we still got those hands. Those classic hands. So, yeah, here's again something of a puzzle. You can actually hit those orbs from this square. It's very funny. You don't have to destroy all of them there. It's probably better to get on the side of the orb. You always want to get on an orb's good side. It is. It's a very weird game. I am a person who likes this era of action game. Again, you know, I like my Bujin guys. I like my Nano Breakers. I actually really love Castlevania Curse of Darkness. I think that game is just genuinely really cool. So I like this game. It's still weird. It's still weird. There's still something distinctly different when you put Devil May Cry 1, 2, and 3 together in some sort of high-definition collection. You can still tell there's something that sets this one apart in maybe not the best way. Oh my goodness. Wizards. And they use projectiles. Did you see how cool that was, though? Look what happens when you do things other than just shoot. You can do cool dodges. Oops! Well, that would have been cool. Okay, he just peaced out. Well, he can do that if he wants. Another blorb fragment. And a whole blorb. That's nice. And a new enemy, not quite a savage dragon, but a savage golem. Look, it turns into a little floor master. Tries to skitter away. If you don't defeat it in time, it will regenerate into a golem. And here's the problem: if you're shooting at enemies the whole time, a lot of the time you can't do enough damage. Whoops! Before they get away, so they'll just revive every time, and once again, yeah, make the game last longer and just be like 20 minutes at a time of doing this. Don't do that. Don't fall into that trap. No matter how much the game might seem like it's telling you to do that, don't do that. I'm begging you. One thing that I do think is cool, genuinely, is I do like a lot of Dante's animations in this. Let's deal with these idiots first. Don't worry. Okay. So, walking back and shooting, I love that animation. Where he just kind of slings the guns like that. Just looks so cool. Also, yeah, look at the shell casings bouncing all over the place. Some pretty impressive physics there. The animation in this game is genuinely really good. Oh yeah, side to side he does it a little bit too. Depends on the angle. I genuinely like it, though. There's some cool stuff in this. There's some cool stuff in this that later games don't do as well. We see some of these animations reused and referenced as late as RE6. Really? Yeah, I guess there are a couple, aren't there? Now that I'm thinking of it, yeah. Oh. Pyromancer, where is he? See, that's an issue too. Again, the camera. It really is just encounter design. It's a lot of issues that can be summed up as encounter design. They will often have enemies spawn in ways that you, whoops-a-doodle, can't quite see them. Get out of there. Get out of there, Dante. So it's not that, it's not entirely the player's fault. I understand why people are inclined to just shoot everything. But I am telling you, fight every instinct. Fight against your gamer instincts and discover exciting new gamer instincts. Here's another orb. We love orbs. There's red spheres, there's blue spheres, there's spheres everywhere. Hello, Obobo, welcome. No need to be shy and peek in. All are welcome in the Devil May Cry 2 stream. But, again, yeah, if anyone's here just wants to lurk, feel free to. Interaction is not mandatory. I will be yapping regardless, believe me. Happy Sunday, thank you. You know what? It is a happy Sunday. Because I'm here playing a Devil May Cry game. Friends are here. What could be better than this? So I do wonder, again, since this was meant to be an unrelated action game, were a lot of these demon enemies already here? Right? Like, were these weird wizards and such? And these weird goats? Were these part of the package when it was retrofitted into Devil May Cry? Or were these designed for Devil May Cry? Because if some of these enemies... Look how quickly... Okay, did you see how fast we defeated that one? Now let's just shoot this one. Like, yeah, no kidding the game's boring when you play it like this, huh? Yeah, you're safe, but, like... it took so much more. It took literally 4 times as long. Anyway. Yeah, I wonder if some of the enemies, being not designed as Devil May Cry enemies, encounter-wise, could be part of the issue. The yapper can't be stopped, it's true. Also, we got something here. What's this? So in lieu of finding devil arms, we find amulet pieces. This is the Aerial Heart. It's a magic stone with the heart of a flying demon bird. What does that do? Well, that actually gives us a pretty cool ability that isn't really in any other Devil May Cry game. So here's the thing. I know how to play the game good. So my DT is filled, but if it wasn't filled, this right here fills your DT for free. So we had Aerial Rave in Devil May Cry 1. Woo! Sorry, Air Raid, not Aerial Rave. They have very similar names. We don't fire out bolts of lightning, we just use little weird machine gun hands. But what we can do is we can actually ascend. This is something that, I think only this game has. Arguably, it's also there in 5, but we'll get to 5 when we get to 5. If you think about Lucia's moveset in and out of DT, how she moves, I feel the enemies and room size makes sense a little more. I agree with you. And I would not be surprised if Lucia was just whatever character, like moveset-wise. Lucia was whatever the main character was meant to be, and then Dante was just kind of thrown in. And the reason he doesn't... Because there's 3 playable characters in this, and I feel like the worst one is Dante. Oh yeah, we can power up. We can still do that. We can get, like, plorbs and blorbs. We can also, increase the power of our weapons, but you can see it's very expensive. Most people don't ever do that. Ever. So they're stuck with the level 1 handguns, doing the smallest damage forever and ever and ever and ever and ever and ever. So, I think we'll just save up our orbs for the time being. Lucia and Devil May Cry 6 make it happen. Yeah, I would like to see Lucia return. We will be playing as her, don't you worry. Because I actually think she does play significantly better than Dante. So now we're more in like an urban setting. City streets. I think it's cool. Less cool is what that camera was doing. Funny enough, we would see this kind of like old world urban construction. You know, we'd see more of that as the series went on and less of the castles. I like the castles. I prefer the castles. This was definitely new and fresh at the time. But, you know. Man. Dropping the bit for a second, though. I mean, not that it's really a bit. It's an informational Let's Play Live. This game really doesn't feel that bad when you're actually using the sword. Like, legitimately, if you've played... If you've played this before, please play it again with some of the information I've imparted you with. It's not going to be better than any of the other Devil May Cry games, but it's going to be a better experience than you first had with this. I love that one. It's just so funny the way he like crashes it down. And then I really like that combo. It's silly. It's very silly. It seems a little more Nero-ish now that spoilers, we don't know who that is yet. But it you know, it's very inelegant in that way. Lucia has the forward jump kick that goes a mile away. Yeah, that alone makes her feel so much better. No, it's cool, streamer. Go back to DMC1 grenade spam. So, I mean, once on here already did it, but at some point, I would like to get a video comparison of Dante standing there and firing... Dante on normal, firing his handguns at the most basic enemy type in every game, and seeing how long it takes to defeat them, because... yeah, this game's going to be the longest. Like, by far. I will say another thing animation-wise. As cool as the little kicks are, I do wish that, you know, Dante used his sword for his air combo instead. I feel like that would have been a little more visually apparent. That it is meant to be an air combo than that. You know? Like, I think that's cool. But I feel like if he did 2 sword swipes in the air, there's an animation for doing 2 sword swipes in the air, too, in this game. We'll see it later. I'll show you later. But, yeah, I feel like it would have just been a little more apparent. Yeah, let me know how the audio is, too, because I feel like the audio's all over in this game. I'm trying not to get it over a certain threshold, but it's hard to... it's hard to balance. So anyway, here's Donkey Kong. And again, you're gonna be, you know, you're gonna want to just shoot at him, but don't. So there's a special move right there we did. That's a DT only move. It's kind of like a million stab equivalent. He's actually, he telegraphs his banana slammer here fairly well. Now that said, I still got hit. See, so, whoops. That said, again, Dante's cancels, his dodge cancels aren't as strong as they were in DMC1. So you do still have to be careful. You kind of have to preload your dodge, but we defeated him with the little air kick. So, yeah, I'm not going to say this every time, but I'm probably going to say it every time. If you just shoot him, it takes so much longer. Anyway, we got another key. It's a key to unlock a huge gate blocking passage from the station to the harbor. Alright. Oh, right, it's not that door. It's easy to get flip turned upside down in this room. The textures in this game for the environments are really nice. No, Dante. Oh, right. It's not this door. I don't believe. It's this door. Because it has orbs next to it. We use the key. Gotta teach you how to loop his air kicks. I remember doing that a little bit back in the day. I don't quite remember the rhythm. One thing I'll say definitely is the older I get, my execution in video games gets so much worse. So much worse. So a lot of times things I'm overall much better at video games. But things that require like precise inputs I've gotten not great at. Anyway, she has many arms, but only one heart. Sounds sexy. As she awaits for the hunter deep in the water. Guidepost for the Hunters, Chapter 4, Clause 5. Alright. I feel like I say that to all of the weird poems in Devil May Cry. Just, alright. This is a cool shot. Again, I wish they did more of the fixed camera angle stuff in combat. Because I feel like it's a lot better than whatever... And you can't really control the camera in this game. So it just kind of... I don't know. It's a little odd. If anything, I'm going to say these enemies seem like they're dying a little too quickly now that I'm going out of my way to basically use guns as little as possible to prove a point. And also maneuver with the dodge as much as possible. Oh, is that a whole blorb? Is that a complete blorb? That is a complete blorb. Just a free blorb. That's very nice. So the thing, though, that I mentioned that is very tricky with this game is the most stylish thing you can do is dodge. So even though I'm using my sword very often, you're not really going to see my style go up much unless I do a lot of this. A lot of just... Well, it's a little hard to get with these angles, but... Problem is, these enemies don't really attack too much. So I haven't really mastered particularly how to style against every enemy set in this game. You'll see, I'll get to about a C rank before it will disappear. It has very different rules that, again, are much more dodge-focused. Which can be exploited later on. I feel like that's way too many hits. I feel like... Come on, Cutscene Dante would have just, like, kicked that down. Made a smug face at it. But I guess Cutscene Dante hadn't really been invented yet. Little bit, though. He was, one-shotting birds in that cutscene. In the opening cutscene. A secret tool that will help us later. It's true. So you can do a minor skip here that's actually relatively easy. This gate, we need to open it. But in order to do that, we need to go activate that device over there. Sound familiar? Remember doing something like that in Devil May Cry 1? What they want you to do is go get an item that will give you a bit of a speed up. We could skip that, but again, we'd miss out on the item, so we're not going to do the skip. But trust me, you can do it. I didn't believe you could do it. But then Wonsan showed me, and then I was really frustrated, and then I did it, and I went, oh, that was really easy. Bingo! So, yes, as you're seeing, like, offense isn't really... It's not the best way to build DT. But I want to hit stuff with my sword, man. Also, check out this texture. It's like a... Looks like a lady riding a seahorse into battle. Pretty sick. I wonder if that's also photo referenced from like a real carving. And already we get another one of these. Oh, look at his fingers when he's DT'd. The Quick Heart. Whoops! That was a bit of an awkward interaction there. And a Glorb. So the Quick Heart has now replaced the Aerial Heart in our amulet, so we can no longer fly. However, we can go fast. You know, we can no longer Tails, we have to choose to be Sonic. And that's kind of a precursor to Devil May Cry 3. I don't want to talk too much about games we're not playing, as I have said before. You know, keep it focused on the game that's on screen. But, that said, I feel like part of what makes this game so fascinating, and actually very interesting, is how many things are kind of like a rough sketch of concepts we'd see in Devil May Cry 3. Obviously, this is very similar to Trickster. Rainstorm and Twosome Time end up being in Gunslinger. The amulet system is kind of similar to picking a loadout for Dante. It's a neat idea. It's a neat idea. That's what I'll say. I don't think it really fits with Devil May Cry, but again, it does feel very obviously... It feels like something you would see in a PlayStation 2 action game. I like how you somewhat talk about me like I'm a villain. I mean, you're not a villain. You're not like an antagonistic force. You might be a bit of the rival of this story. Does that make more sense? You know, like we have similar goals and but contrasting abilities. So sometimes you'll show me things that you'll show me a technique in battle that I never would have expected. Big sniffer. We love a big sniffer. We also love a cephalopod. So this is a boss that ends up kind of getting a redo in Devil May Cry 5. It's a bit of an odd one, because again, you don't want to sit back and shoot. If you do, you're going to have a bad time. You want to deal with a tendril. Whoops. No. And then get up nice and close and personal with this lady. And don't mind the camera just completely being impenetrable. And yeah, this goes a lot better if you do it like this. Now, I think ideally what they want you to do is destroy all of the tendrils first, but you don't have to do that. No. No, he always wants to go to the tendril. So luckily we can hit R2, which is a lock-off button, and focus on her main body there. Yes, this game has a lock-off because there's a soft lock-on. Having the DT be more than a heal button or damage boost would be neat. Yeah, and I feel like later games do that a little better. I mean, DMC1 did it well enough with having, special moves you can only do while DT'd. Okay, now I am a little low on health, so I might have to coward out a little bit. So yeah, this is another way you can fight her, which is how most people fight her, which is like this. And it's doing piddly damage and giving us, like, nothing in terms of DT. I don't recommend it. And this also, with how low, I will do this for a bit here, just to demonstrate, with how little DT it earns us, it does create that issue a lot of people have with the Devil Trigger mechanic, which is thinking it's something you should save rather than something you should use, because they see that it just takes so long to build that they go, oh, it must be this really precious resource. No, it's meant to be a plentiful resource. Like, look how much damage you do when you actually DT and hit her with the sword. Easy peasy, no problem. Oh, and look! A friendly motorbike. A motorized bicycle. I'll steal it. No one will ever know. I'll also steal this. The shotgun. A gun scattering bullets in a wide area. We now have the shotgun. Hell yeah, look at how cool we are. Oh man, I can't wait to do some motorcycle combat. We will not be doing motorcycle combat. So I mentioned that this game has a bunch of unused content. And yeah, there's a ton of motorcycle combat animations in that unused content. What's really funny is that early previews for the game talked about the motorcycle combat as being this really cool thing. So when I got the game, I was expecting that to be a level, because, like, you know, this game didn't spend much of its life as a Devil May Cry game. The gap between, especially back then, preview and disc release was not very large. So I do remember being disappointed by the fact we can't actually do anything with the motorcycle. It only shows up in cutscenes. But yeah, if you do want some motorcycle combat in a pretty cool PlayStation 2 action game, you could play the Ghost Rider movie tie-in game, which I will be playing at some point. Maybe after this? Because that game kind of rules. That game is like a mishmash of God of War and Devil May Cry. Anyway, let's mission start. No motorcycle chase, unfortunately. We're just sort of here. What we do have now is the L2 button changes weapons. No more going into a menu. So now we've got the shotgun, my beloved. And I'll show some stuff you can do with this later. I guess I could have shown it here. I thought I got ambushed earlier. That's fine. We'll show it off soon enough. Right now we got some doggos. We got Jerry here and Freaky. How strange. Definitely not me mispronouncing intentionally a very clear Norse mythology reference. So again, everyone's seen the GIF, everyone's seen the YouTube clip of just sitting here and shooting at them while they hop around. Yeah, don't do that. Why would you do that? You've got a dodge. You've got a sword. Use them, idiot. Look how low their health is now. Look, the dog sat down. So you might have noticed a special animation I did there. We'll take a look at that with the shotgun. A woo! Hey, no wooing, $500 penalty. Oh, look at this cool guy! This big skeleton warrior with a damaged eye socket and a large spear and Norse mythology reference dogs. Wonder what's up with that. Anyway, no time for that now, Goku. We gotta go into the city. We gotta be living in the city. You know, you have to survive. You gotta keep that dream alive. But, I mean, I guess we also have to escape from the city eventually. That's just how it is on this bitch of an earth, huh? Alright, this is probably a decent enough camera angle. Oh, you know, I have to get this orb anyway. So let's go back down here. Get Dante front and center here, so you can see him in all of his glory. Alright, so now that we have the shotgun, we have access to a couple cool moves. If you slash, lock on, slash, and then shoot, he does this cool cartwheel. Slash twice. Oh, is that gunchucks? Oh, is that the basis of the animation for fireworks in Devil May Cry 3? Oh, so we have a little more gunslinger built into this, do we? A cool little turnaround shot, and I think that's it. Again, don't forget, we have that as well. Big fan of the gunchucks one. I think there might be a special attack with another weapon as well, but I think it's only one. Yeah, the shotgun's got some cool utility to it. Something else you might notice is, you know, the shotgun animation, very similar to the first game. But we've got Ebony in our left hand there. That's because we can actually do some time with the shotgun in this game. It's pretty cool, actually. Bad boss encounter because I can stand still. Please ignore the spear slowly coming between my eyes. Slowly what between your eyes? Yeah, it's, again, you can make any game look bad. Like, I demonstrated it a little bit with Phantom Pain, where I tried often to make the game look good, but then there were a couple times where I just went full silly mode and showed how stupid things can be. You can make just about any game look really bad. Some people think that Phantom Pain's gameplay is the best that Metal Gear's ever got. I heavily disagree because it's harder to make like MGS 1, 2, 3, etc. It's hard to make them look really bad. It's easy to make them look silly. But you can just make the movement in Phantom Pain look terrible. Does that mean it's an abysmal game that you shouldn't play? I mean, it depends on who you ask. But even I don't think that, you know? Even I'm like, hey, play it until you're bored. Play it until you find yourself thinking... The first time you go, oh, when does this get better? That's when you should stop playing because it's not going to get better. I don't know how I keep trading blows with this bird. And that's kind of how I feel about this, right? If I'm showing you how to play it the proper way, and you play it the proper way, and you're still not having fun, well then, maybe you don't need to play it anymore. But at least, you know, having like a little knowledge of certain things that would end up being in later games, I think it's very fascinating for that reason. Now, the shotgun in this game, I think, is really good. I think it's legitimately, like, extremely useful. Also, look, Donkey Kong's back. There's that million stab combo again. Again, only available in DT for some reason. So I think he's got more health this time than his first encounter. This is probably the first, or I should say the fastest, like, round 2 with a boss in any one of these games. Like, we just fought you, guy. Here's the thing, too. You don't actually need to fight him. But you do get orbs. We do love orbs here. Oh! That is the one thing, by playing the game properly, you notice I'm getting hit a lot more often. Because I am actually putting myself in harm's way. And I'm not used to how sluggish Dante's dodge is, I will admit that. See, I was hammering on the button there, but you get kind of locked into animations. Now, I alluded to the fact that this game has 3 playable characters. Would it surprise you to hear that the third and final playable character doesn't have that problem? Actually has DMC1 cancels. It's a lot of why I like that playable character the most. We'll get to who that is later. Oh, and there we go. People show that out of context and go bad game while ignoring the wolves exist to lock you down in the first place. Yeah, and again, I don't even particularly think this is a great game. I just think it's not understood well. And people will do anything they can, White Orb, people do anything they can to encourage people to not play it, rather than, you know... I mean, if you call yourself a gamer, if you say you like video games... wouldn't you want to have knowledge about them? Wouldn't you want to have some insight into your supposed hobby? Wouldn't you want to see what makes this game less favorable? Maybe learn its development, learn its history? Nah, who am I kidding? Of course you wouldn't. You just want to parrot the opinion of someone you heard on the internet. That way people know you're cool. Ahem. That guy's a maniac. Why'd he bite me? Speaking of Resident Evil references, we've got the G-Virus taking over a tank? It's really not worth it to shoot things in this game. Despite the, you know, despite the reputation. Every time I'm shooting at stuff, I'm looking at the... That's another thing. This game actually has enemy damage right there. Just very easy, plain for you to see. You can see that the shots aren't really doing anything. Now, I don't remember how this works here. Ah, yes. Okay, so there's a force field here. It's demon magic, so we need to defeat these infested tanks before that opens. Be a knower, not a woer. Yeah. Trauma from a quiet exit kicking in, seeing these tanks. Oh dear. Yeah. I don't blame you. Alright. So I always thought this was really cool. I genuinely thought that these tanks were a super cool enemy when I was younger. And, not because they're particularly fun to fight. I just think conceptually the idea of a demonic parasite that takes over machinery is sick as shit. And is, again, people will tell you this is a boring, uninteresting game. I don't even agree with that, because I think there's a lot of really cool concepts. I think that's a really cool concept. Is this a crummy enemy to fight? Absolutely. Absolutely it's crummy to fight. Oh. But, you know, I think the idea of it is legitimately very cool. And see, you kind of just do that. You kind of just use your sword to fight them. I think there's another up here. Oh, there's not, but there is a blorb. I do like this part of the level, too, again. It does seem very Resident Evil. Oh, no! I missed the blorb. That's fine. We'll get it. We'll get it. I think now this should be open. Yep. Master your sword instead of slinging your guns. That's good advice for the bedroom, too. Ah, the offense heart. That basically, it gives us an offensive boost. Which, right now, is just a straight upgrade. Speaking of mastering swords, you kind of want to Ocarina of Time this game and roll all over the place. It's much faster than Dante's Little Adventure Jog. It's also very funny to see him doing this. Like, I imagine there's still some people inhabiting the city. Like, imagine hearing all the commotion, you know, from the tank battle, looking out your window and seeing a man with a zebra neckerchief just cartwheeling up the highway. Oh no, an Apache helicopter. And it's also been infested by the G-Virus. Well, time to do a thrilling chase scene. Sort of. It's not that thrilling. It's a set piece, though. It's an action set piece. I'll give it that. Oh no! The whole city's on fire! Well, thank goodness there's no tornadoes carrying any cars. You know, we were just living in this city. But now that a crisis has broken out, we do have to escape from the city. I told you it would happen. So you can fight the chopper here. But there's no real reason to. Gonna swoosh on out. What if the platforming section had DMC4's spike pit instead? Oh, the I know what room you're referring to. I don't think we need that, no. Oh, action cutscene, look at that! Turn and face it. Except, no, we're not going to do that. So this is, again, it's a neat sequence. I wish it was more... I wish the chopper was more in hot pursuit. And, like, I mean, if it wasn't obvious by my Sonic references there. I kind of wish this just turned into a Sonic Adventure level for a bit. You know, like the helicopter's just chasing us, and we have to, like, keep on the move and keep dodging. Instead, it just pops up occasionally, and you know, there's some sexual tension between us and the helicopter, and then we just kind of leave. This is, level-wise, a very interesting place, though. I always like stages that are city rooftops. Again, I think just ramping up the action here would have been better. A better choice. These things will shoot at us, but we can just ignore them. Alright, so here's the thing that people hate. The infested chopper fight. So, admittedly, I don't exactly remember what to do here. I know you want to dodge a lot. You do still have to shoot at it occasionally. Because it's just too dang far away. But I know... eventually... Nope. There it is. So it goes over here. And you're supposed to, like, you know, actually hit it. It's a little difficult, though. It'll eventually come to the center. Really, what they want you to do is to dodge it. There we go. And then when it comes here, you use your sword. It's still not a great encounter design. It's really not. Because you do still end up, you know, having this be a lot of what you end up doing. Oh. I zigged when I should have zagged. You can see, though, the helicopter has very low health. So they did know that they kind of screwed this one up. Main issue is the PS1 rooftop you fight on. Again, yeah, when I say encounter design, that encompasses, you know, the environment as well as the enemy sets. And a lot of times the environment is what makes... Whoops! The environment is, oh dear, what makes these fights particularly egregious, I would say. This is far from the worst thing in any video game, though. I mean... Now, you can shoot those. And I believe what you're meant to do is shoot them. Because I think it goads him down here, where you can then, you know, use your sword and such. Except I got hit by the blades. Pile this one under unfortunately ambitious. Yeah. Again, this game is not mistake-free. It's like I said, I like this game. I don't love this game. Look at how crazy that is, though. Oh my god. So because I'm trying to vary it up, and again, because this is still not a great fight, I might end up dying? Which is a little embarrassing to die to the meme boss fight, but, you know. It's very unfortunately designed, yeah. It's not clear exactly what they want you to do. The camera doesn't make it very clear. And, again, I believe the idea is that you're meant to shoot the missiles. And that goads him to getting closer. But it doesn't necessarily work that way. Oh no, the helicopter fell on top of me. It's so funny, it always falls on you when you beat the fight and then the cutscene plays. So it's still a botched set piece is what it is. Dads. But it's honestly far from the worst helicopter fight I've ever seen in a video game, even. Doesn't even rank. We got some more power here. Some more power. We got some more orbs here, so we can power up. We'll buy a blorb and a plorb. I do want to save some orbs for, a weapon I'll get later. Funny that they put a deity statue there. And oh look! We've circled back around here for some reason. Oh? What's this? Is it the pre-render that was in every single trailer? Yes, it is. So a lot of people thought this was meant to be Mundus returning, like he said he was going to do at the end of the first game. It's not. Another earlier draft for this game, it was maybe going to take place in New York, and then they decided maybe we shouldn't have, you know, towers getting destroyed in New York in the early 2000s. Maybe we're not quite over that yet. So he's another problem boss, because he's very difficult to hit with your sword. And he's another one where it's like, oh, is the game just incentivizing me to do this? Because I think here it is. Oh, look! Bats! Not much to say during this phase. Really cool design, really cool pre-render cutscene leading up to its, you know, reveal. But not a whole lot going on. You can dodge that, but it's very difficult because it's pseudo-random. And your dodge isn't really good in this game. It's one of those dodges that's more about the visual element of where it puts you rather than invincibility frames. Anyway, oh no, his head fell off! It's like a Darktooth from Twisted Metal 2. Now it's an actual boss fight. And pretty soon here, he might be doing some familiar moves. Not that one. Come on. Do the familiar moves. Whoop. Ah, there's those familiar moves. We recognize that technique. Griffin did that. I told you it would come back. Not the only time it's going to come back, but... This is fine. This is a fine boss fight. Like, it's not great, but it's fine. There's the dodge phase, you know? And then there's the attack phase. It is like the most boss fight in anything. Hey, when did Blade 2 come out? Because it's got that weird jaw that those, like, super vampires had in Blade 2. I hate that. I don't like when things have that jaw. It freaks me out. Anyway, that was an encounter that happened. It was okay. Sin City. That was the name of that trophy. Ouroboros. Wait. Could that mean Umbrella? No. No, Ouroboros is the name of the evil company in this game. Remember how I said a lot of plot points from Biohazard 4 that became Devil May Cry 1 ended up still being used in Resident Evil 5? Well, I guess they decided to take that reference from this. Funny enough, around the same time as this game came out, I believe one of the Mega Man Zero games also had an Ouroboros in it. Capcom has no problems taking the same mythological references and using them over and over again. Oh my goodness, it's Small Shell. Perhaps even Mother Base. Is that Pequod? Blade was in O2. Okay, so it probably is a reference to that. And you're not really supposed to like the jaw. No, I get that it's meant to be gross, but it's like extra gross to me. It's like, you know how some people don't like holes in things? You know, they don't like when something has too many holes. I don't like that kind of jaw. Oh yeah, let's see if I can get the twosome time here. There we go. It's pretty neat. It's neat. I like it. I like the idea that he uses the shotgun and ebony to do a little twosome time action. I find the way that Dante controls in this, while, again, not necessarily exactly what you would expect from Devil May Cry. It's very therapeutic, it's very relaxing, it is almost Dynasty Warriors-esque. Oh, look at that! Showtime! I believe using the special shotgun moves does also increase your style pretty decently. I don't know. I genuinely don't think this game plays poorly at all. The one thing I do think it's missing is a taunt, because there is sometimes a lull in the action that I wish I could, you know, fill in some of the gaps with a bit of a taunt. But other than that, I mean, you know, he flows very nicely from move to move. Like, it doesn't... Nothing really feels bad. The only thing that feels bad is the sluggish nature of... I believe these guys come out infinitely. But, you know, the sluggish nature of his dodge... That's about it, though. I mean, everything else, it feels good enough. Again, you could do a lot worse. Most PS2 action games, now that I'm playing this again, most of them do feel worse than this, actually. Even given the sluggish nature of the dodge... And, you know, the lack of effective cancels that it offers you. I don't know. You get good feedback from everything. I don't know why the enemies keep respawning here. Like, I don't understand the design reason for something like that. But again, I think we've sort of established that maybe this game has some design issues. Anyway, speaking of Sonic Adventure, let's grind down this tube. Hell yeah! A little final rush action. I think there's like a hidden... Isn't there like a hidden orb somewhere here of some kind? Maybe betwixt these canisters? Yes. A glorb. We put a hell portal in our lab area. Surely nothing bad will come from it. Well, I mean, you know... This place was built by a guy whose entire goal was summoning demons, so... Oh, look, here's this strange device. I guess this is our blue device equivalent, and I guess it is actually blue. It's just instead of being built into a wall, it's part of a weird orb. By the way, don't even deal with anyone here. Blitzball. You kids and your Blitzball. Everyone loves the Blitzball. Was that the... Ah, right. Equip. Amulet. Aerial Heart. Aerial Heart sounds like someone's name. The Flame Heart. A magic stone with a fierce flame demon. A magic stone with a fierce flame demon. I don't know if I like the wording there. But, basically, hey, so we have Rebellion in this game. We don't have Alistair. But you might have noticed we've been doing electric attacks. That's because our amulet was equipped with the Electro Heart. Now we've got the Flame Heart. And, yeah. We do Flame Sword attacks now. Gives us some other benefits. There's one more element we can get. Oh, and I believe we can demonstrate something here. Hold on, it's a little difficult. It's very difficult. I can't get the rhythm right. But if I do this, if I just dodge back and forth a whole bunch until that reaches S rank. There we go. I can now DT... Ah! I messed it up. That's the thing. It's very difficult. It's very difficult for me to do this properly. Let's see. Bingo. Are you ready? Showtime. Okay, now you start killing everything, and you get so many orbs. And if you keep doing this, the problem is there's like no bats left. But there's a later place where it's better to do that. You can get all kinds of stupid shit. You can get all kinds of stupid shit by doing that. Anyway, there's a sword over here. It's Vendetta, a decorative sword that is like Death's Scythe. So in lieu of proper devil arms, we just get different swords. Now, it's a little unfortunate. It is, again, one of those things that's a bit of a bummer of this game. What does Vendetta do? What sets it apart from Rebellion? Well, nothing, actually. It's just, range is a little shorter. It's a little slower, but it does more damage. It's kind of annoying. I don't like that. I wish we got some different move sets, but that's fine. I definitely prefer using Vendetta because I like getting up close and personal, and I like the extra damage that it gives us. Oh, we've respawned these little fellows. So maybe we can do this again a little bit. Oh, I don't have my... Didn't have my handguns equipped. Let's try that again. So the lava does damage, and essentially what's happening here is we're dodging damage. We're still taking some damage, but it's registering it as a dodge. So that's why our style... was raising so much. Again, it's better to do this later on. There's a better place to do this. I mean, it's the same place, but it's later on in the game. Anyway, let's power up... No. Let's power up Vendetta. Now it'll do more damage. And let's buy some more health as well. Don't you worry, we'll come back. Don't worry. We'll come back and do the that bug again. Again, there's a much, much, much better mission to do it on. But that's just to sort of demonstrate how, yeah, the best way to build style is to use that dodge. Hey, look, it's one of these elevators that I love that's not real. Nothing like this exists in reality. But they exist in every video game, including Metal Gear Solid, Resident Evil 2, Sonic Adventure 2, Zenless Zone Zero, and others. Vendetta and high-frequency machete lifestyle. Hell yeah. I do love a nice, thick, short blade. All the ladies know, you know, about my sword. It might not be that long, but it's got the girth. And when push comes to shove, the girth is more important. Little invisible wall there. Come on. Come on. There we go. No, we're still in the invisible wall. So, yeah, now that this thing, now that we have this and it's upgraded, you can see it just shreds through enemies. It's really useful. As you saw there, fireworks does hit behind you. So you've got some stuff. There's some stuff. There's stuff going on in this game. Like it's not the snore fest that a lot of people accuse it of being. Think that elevator can hold 5 grown men? Oh my goodness. Hey, speaking of Resident Evil 2. Remember the end of Resident Evil 2? On the train? Yeah, don't know why that comes to mind. Oh! Oh yeah, another thing I did there briefly. Attacking in the air with your sword while DT'd. That's this game. That's what it calls round trip. It's not a round trip. It's just a DT'd aerial rave. How many tanks were in that, infested tanks were in that early mission? I think it was 3. Love the cow skull on the train. Well, hey, listen. That can mean either one of two things. Either whoever built this is from hell or they're from Texas. What's the difference? You know, it calls this thing an oil field. I don't think you call that a field. When it's I believe the name for that is an oil rig, an offshore oil rig. What about the helicopter? We dealt with the helicopter, no problem. It's not the most exciting encounter in the game, but, you know. It seems here they have a box of Ouroboros. So, this game does have secret missions, or more accurately, secret rooms. I don't remember where they are. I think there's one coming up, but they're basically just secret fights, and you get rewarded with usually blue orb fragments. There's a lot of them. Basically, just inspect weird doors and textures, and you'll find one eventually. But I believe one of them is up here. Yep, here it is. Secret room. So, rather than the secret missions being... like, oh, this is how you get to secret mission 1, this is secret mission 3. Just however many rooms you enter, the level goes up 1. It's a weird system. It's fine, though. Right now, of course, we're just fighting some early game enemies, just some skellies. And look, here's that asshat from Devil May Cry 1 I mentioned. Remember this? I said it would come back when we fought Griffin for the final time, and I said there's a weird purple thing that'll come back in DMC2. Yeah, there it is. So I guess that was just sort of a pit stop one. We just got full heal, full DT. I am the little squid plush. That is my daughter, Poco, holding me. Not my actual daughter, but, you know, character I designed. She's helping me show up on camera because I'm very small. She's also very small. Let's save the game. Go to the next mission. Mission 8, the challenger shall rise while the king evades. None of these really, like, make any sense. Let's just start the mission. Heihachi Mishima.
Have we here?
Do you have to ask?
Maybe another time.
So this is before anyone spoke normally in Capcom games. What was that interaction? Who knows? But yeah, as you said right there in the chat, Burial version 0.6, yeah. The precursor to, again, there's a lot of stuff. I really do think this game is worth playing because you'll get to 3, 4, and even 5 and go, oh, this is a redo of that thing from 2. So real quick, we do not want the Flame Heart against him. We want the Electro Heart. I'll get the Quick Heart as well. So this is a Fire Demon. This is a Bullman. Fury Ataris. And yeah, we'll see this boss basically redone in a future game. And again, you fight him in a gigantic environment. Which means it's, you know, you're going to think it's way safer, and it is way safer, to just hold back. But if you actually play a video game against him, you know, it's more of an encounter. That said, I don't really remember when I'm supposed to hit him. Because he does that a lot. Maybe I will lame him out, just because, he's a bit of an issue. You know, I'm realizing, though, this environment we're fighting him in, and the little healing item over in the corner, that's very reminiscent of Sam fighting Armstrong, isn't it? Big square heliport, and just a little health in the corner. Yes, this is the HD collection version of Devil May Cry 2. I would not want to fight a giant flame minotaur in an oil rig. You know, that's a good point. No, he's going to bring it around town. Okay. Ah, maybe this is the joke for him? Well, no, not when he hits us with his giant mallet. I quite like the boss track here. I like the music in this game quite a bit. Yeah, maybe we're supposed to do a little jumping action to dodge most of his attacks? I don't know, though. I can't really figure out what this encounter wants from me. Boy, you do a ton of damage once you're DT'd. Oh boy, you just do a lot of damage with your sword in general. Again, I knew this going in, not to use your guns on everything. It's kind of the entire reason I'm playing this, but man, you really just... Once you get a couple good hits in there, the boss is just done. They look like Armstrongs to you? Listen, something later on is going to look a lot like Armstrong. Not till we get to the Lucia disc, though. The prologue boss in Devil May Cry 5. Yeah, we'll talk about that when we get to Devil May Cry 5. For now, we're talking about Devil May Cry 2. And we're talking about Mission 9. The hunter will discover the purity of speed. Sure? Caution. The factory has started to collapse. An alert can be heard, which means that this building may explode at any moment. Well, again, it's a Resident Evil game. Through and through. Hey, remember how we had to take a train here to begin with? Yeah, we don't have to do that anymore. And we'll see that the train ride was very short, actually. And I'm sure it's truncated for video game purpose. But yeah, now we're just right back here again. Why did we take the train? Anyway, here's the room we want to... No, is this not it? Oh, here we go, here we go, here we go. Here's the room we want to be in. Alright. So even though we've got a Resident Evil lab escape, we've got time to do this. So it works better if you have a weapon that you don't normally get until later. So it's definitely more of a New Game Plus thing. Still, we'll go back and forth. We'll give it another shot. We've got some DT here, so that'll help us out. Again, we just need to get up to S rank. Luckily, the timer here is very generous. Are you ready? It's easier with Beowulf. Shut up, you. That's very funny. Okay. Alright, not quite, but we got a decent amount of orbs there. Yeah, there's a weapon we'll get later on in the game, and then we can come back on a higher difficulty. Or even just on this difficulty. And it's a lot easier. Yes, we talked all about how Devil May Cry 1 started development as Biohazard 4, which started development as Biohazard 3, but only for a brief amount of time, because they realized it would make more sense to name Biohazard 1.9/2.1 Biohazard 3. And how a lot of things in Devil May Cry 1 are very similar to Code Veronica, which started development as Biohazard 2, but not the Biohazard 2 that started development colloquially as Biohazard 1.5. It started development as a Saturn port of Biohazard 2, but then when they realized that would be immensely difficult, they decided to give Resident Evil fans on Sega consoles their own original Biohazard game that maybe started development also as a different Biohazard 3. And this is what happens when Capcom, again, if you think they only just, you know, if you don't like what they do now, you would have hated what they did in the 90s, because, oh man, they had a franchise that did well, and they made 4 games at once for it. And while a lot of those games ended up being really, really good and beloved in their own right, it's a messy way to make a video game. So this is, again, one of those areas that they give you a camera angle of where to go, but they don't really, you know, show you that door is over there. You're supposed to have the camera, like, properly pulled back to the character. They didn't really do that. Oh no, the fan's on. The portraits on ebony and ivory are taken from Resident Evil 3. I don't know if I knew that, but I'd believe it. Speaking of things that are probably taken from Resident Evil 3, the missile launcher. You may recognize this if you're familiar with my streams. This is a Stinger launcher, which is very confusing because, you know, we've got a really bad Stinger, but this Stinger is really good. Yeah, there's also Stinger missile launcher in Resident Evil 3. I believe that's what Nemesis uses. And I also think the missile launcher you get in the original Resident Evil 2 at the very end is also a Stinger missile. They were very popular around the time. Oh yeah, let's peel out and do another motorcycle level, except we won't because they were removed from the game. Sac des... Next mission. Oh boy. My favorite mission. It's not. Let's see. 10,000. Well, I think that's a worthy investment. Haven't played the original Resident Evil games because the controls confuse me. I would recommend them. Tank controls take a little bit of getting used to. The best advice I can give is only use the D-pad, never use a stick. It's way easier to, like, wrap your head around the idea of turning with left and right and moving forward and back with up and down than it is to, you know, deal with a control stick, which is historically more three-dimensional movement. If all else fails, I would say, you know, try playing with a DDR pad. Ah, not fast enough. So this is a bit of an interesting puzzle. You have to make use of your dodging and lock off ability to hit both of these to open the gate. It's weird. It's weird. I can't play FF7 because it's isometric and up isn't always what I think it is. Yeah, I've mentioned before, I don't like isometric viewpoints because of that. I do not like isometric games very much because, yeah, up is never whatever pressing up on the D-pad does, it's never correct. Puzzle is a little generous. It's a puzzle. It's a puzzle. Listen, most video game puzzles consist of hit the thing and then go to the door it opened. So if we... Oh no! Oh no. We've been absorbed by the darkness. Alright, now, One-san, I will say, if you would like to give me a hint for this, I would appreciate it, because you alluded to something that I'm not actually privy to. So, if there's any more tips or tricks, you know, as my rival, as the rival character in the Onika anime, you know, if you'd like to share with me a secret technique for this upcoming boss, I would appreciate it. Because I'm not aware of anything special to do here. People brute force this game without learning about lock-off. Oh, yeah. Flying Fire DT? Okay, that's what I thought. That's kind of what I expected. And it makes sense. Like, it makes sense. It makes real-world sense. It's Mothra. I forgot how smug he gets there. Alright, well, we don't have the most DT. So let's, speaking of Resident Evil references, deal with Gulpworm here. See if we can't get a little back. No, alright, that's fine. Come on. What? My controls just vanished there. Oh yeah, look at that. Now I wanted to be able to do my fly up and hit it, but for some reason, yeah, I equip Aerial Heart. I was hitting X. He wasn't going up. You know, I wonder how good. Oh! Okay, so here's the thing. The Gulpworm ate us, but that's fine. Also, yeah, this... not anywhere near as good as the grenade gun from DMC1. It's alright. Yes, like a moth to the flame, you might say. I also fly and use fire when fighting moths in real life. Well, I mean... again, like a moth to the flame, as the saying goes, it makes real life sense. They love lamp, but they get burned by lamp. That's fine. Oh yes, in the air with the missile launcher. Once again, we fire with Ebony, which is really cool. That way we still have an air, you know, we have a chance to attack in the air. So when they eat you, it actually drains a hilariously small amount of your health. Yeah, I can't quite... oh, there we go. Yeah, that kind of destroyed it. As I was going to say, in real life, moths are drawn to flames and then burn alive. So using fire element against a moth does make real-world sense. As to the fly up to it thing, I mean, again, if the moth will not be drawn to the flame, you have to bring the flame to the moth. Listen, I knew what I meant by that, but if you want to headcanon the idea that anytime I see a moth, I activate, you know, my Pyro Bison trigger, and then be my guest. This reminds me of the Majora's Mask Stone Tower Temple boss. That one was Gomez, right? That was a pretty sick boss. I do really like Majora's Mask, and I do need to play it again. I put on my The Fury cosplay, yeah. Okay. Alright, well, once again, we see this asset. Kill the boss immediately or die 1,000 deaths, boss. Yeah, yeah. I get it's fine. I don't think that, man, he does look cool. He does actually look very cool with this big chunky sword and the stinger launcher. I think if I were in a Devil May Cry game, I would want to have that loadout. I think that's pretty cool. Is there not a... I thought there was like a special input. Is there not a special combo involving the missile launcher? He holds it sort of like a Roman shield. He kind of does, yeah. People are yeah, that's kind of a theme I notice is that people will call themselves a gamer, they'll call themselves a video game enthusiast, and then do everything they can to make excuses to not play a video game. And a lot of times the games that they refuse to play are some of the most interesting. I think Majora's Mask is a fascinating game. And again, I think the way to do it is to play Ocarina of Time and then immediately play Majora's Mask. People will tell you, oh, I don't have time for that. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Do you really need to play 12 hours of Apex Legends a day? Do you really have to hop on Dead by Daylight again? No, I don't think so. Go play a linear single-player game. A linear narrative-based single-player game. It'll enrich your life. It'll do a lot more for you than those multiplayer games. Anyway. Mission 11, he wields a spear and is obeyed by the wolves. His single eye possesses knowledge and hate. He is the one who brings misfortune. Sounds like a pretty cool guy. Go play Sengoku Basara? Absolutely. Absolutely. Basara rules. I haven't played enough of any individual game. Well, no, I played a lot of Devil Kings back in the day. But, you know, it's a very cool series, and I do need to play a little more of them. Hey, I hate this texture here. It's like the world's worst tablecloth. So this thing is pretty powerful, but even still, it's not as powerful as the grenade gun. And even look at this, 3 shots with the shotgun against normal enemies? Oh, even more when we're further away? The shotgun could one-shot marionettes if they were close enough. Devil May Cry 4 is on the Xbox 360, yes. It was originally released for the Xbox 360 and the PlayStation 3. And it was kind of a big deal at the time because historically Devil May Cry had only been on the PlayStation. It was also very funny because at the time there was no way for Xbox owners to play the prior games. So it was like, hey, jump in at game 4, but to be fair, 4 was kind of designed, you know, to be a starting point. I would say if you're interested in playing Devil May Cry or any video game franchise, start at the beginning and play in release order. I think that's always the way to do it. I think it gives you a better appreciation for how the game's evolved over time. And I think, you know, you'll be able to learn what ends up being key mechanics as time goes on. That's the thing I see a lot of times. People will want to go to, say, like Metal Gear Solid and want to play those in chronological timeline order. Don't do that. Don't do that. Because Metal Gear Solid 1 will be really deep in there. And that's the first. It's going to be really hard for you to play Metal Gear Solid 1 by that point. Here's another one of these puzzles. Again, puzzles. It rotates the room. Oh no. Babbies. Well, you know what happens when we see a baby. We bring out the shotgun? Now, what is that? That's not a... Oh. So, as you're noticing, I make use of the gun switching quite a bit. If you remember how I played Devil May Cry 1, I did make use of Devil Arm switching in that game, so I guess it's not too unexpected that I would enjoy doing that. If only there were some game that, you know, were to combine Devil Arm switching and gun switching. Mayhaps that's a lesson they'll learn for a sequel. Yes, the switch canceling guns in DMC3. It's funny because every Devil May Cry game except this one, come on, has a way to shoot faster. You know, the one that is allegedly the game that has overpowered guns. Look at this golden icon, this texture there. It's upside down. We'll see it again, but it's very Legends of the Hidden Temple. Oh no, an Indiana Jones reference, or maybe a Sonic Adventure reference, or maybe a Crash Bandicoot or Tomb Raider. Listen, they did that sequence in every game. We escaped it though. Now we have to deal with this. Okay. Oh no! I probably could have made my way through. Yeah, that's a thing. They tried. They tried to vary it up. Hey, look! Look at how Olmec that looks. Anyway, we got one of these rooms again with this type of platform and this type of platforming. So again, that's the thing. People talk about this game in a way that it's very clear that they didn't try to learn it and they only played it for a very brief amount of time. The way they talk about it is as if it is just a Dynasty Warriors game with guns that one-shot everything. No one talks about all the weird, fucked up platforming that this game has. And honestly, I mean, it's alright. It's just weird. Like, what's it doing here? I don't know. Prototype God Cube Chamber? Little bit. It's easiest for me to do that. All right. Raise me on up. Can't wait to be here for the God Cube Chamber. I've gotten better at it over the years, but I'm not... Still not a fan. Hey, is there like any secret item? Whoops! Well, I guess I'll never know. Oh, that just remains active, so that's fine. I was gonna ask if there were secret items higher up, like the God Cube Chamber, but, I don't think so. I do like these goofy statues. You know, they're also kind of Majora's Mask now that I look at them. Ah, right. This puzzle. What is this puzzle? You know, I actually don't remember this. Yeah, I actually don't remember the solution to this. I think it's like hit them all at... I want to say it's something like, huh? Huh? What was the feedback here? Whoops. Well, now he does it. What is the joke here? Because I honestly don't remember. I think it's we need to destroy them all at once, but how am I, Okay. Okay. I thought it was hit all of them at the same time. Yeah, it's one of these. It's one of these jokes where it's like... No. See, he's... The problem is it's very difficult to aim his sword. Yeah, it's a bit of a combat adjudicator prototype. So the idea is you hit them enough times, and what you want to do is get them all destroyed at once. Oh, like that. Okay. Huh? Game? Okay, so here's what you want to do, is destroy them all at once, and... while they're destroyed, but only while they're destroyed, that force field goes down. The problem is, I don't really know what the decay on these things is. I don't know also if it's amount of hits. I don't know why he's... Yeah, okay. I'm not going to do this. The joke is basically you have to have all three of them destroyed. And when they're all destroyed, this goes down and you get, this might be the Frost Heart? I don't know if they have different health amounts or anything. We'll give it one more try. I don't think that... No, that doesn't do anything. It's only sword. And I think it's just a funky puzzle, is the thing. I think what they expect you to do is move around and just sort of do this a lot. But it's not a very good puzzle. Okay. Ah, see, that's the problem, is it comes back too fast. But I now that I see it, I remember it. It's a pain in the ass. I'm getting close. I'm getting closer each time. I don't know if the eyes are significant, like maybe 2 eyes, it comes back the fastest. 6 eyes comes back the... I don't know, but I really don't want to mess with it anymore. We'll save that for a future playthrough. It's... Yeah. I remember it being very annoying. I think the joke is just use one of the... Just use the other character. Anyway, enough about that. This cool guy showed up. And he's got his wolves. He's got one eye, he's got Norse mythology references, he's got a spear. You might be able to figure out who this is mayhaps meant to be. Oh look, he's got Million Stab. He's also got combos. So he's sort of our Nilo Angelo equivalent in a sense. It's really funny that they put, like, the lamest puzzle in the world right before him. You don't see crows anywhere. No, but the wolves are a bit of a hint. Now, we're pretty overpowered at this point, so he's not much of a challenge. Because, again, if you actually use your sword... the game's easier. But he probably has the most presence visually out of any of the bosses in this game. Let's go to our file, though. Go to enemy. Look at this cool little thing that's been filled out over time. Isn't that cool? Bolverk, the demon warrior who had once fought against Sparta. Not too much lore here. But we learned his name, which is Bolverk. And if you know your Norse mythology, that's a pseudonym used by Odin, which means, you know, that spear. You might know what that spear is. You might know why I think that's pretty cool. Unfortunately, when we defeat him, we don't get his weapon. I would really love Devil Arm Bolverk. I want to see Virgil get Devil Arm Bolverk in a future game. I think Virgil wielding a spear would be pretty cool. You can also see the swirling pattern, which we'd see show up in later Devil May Cry games. But yeah, basically, demonic Odin wielding Gungnir. That's all. We did it. We beat him. He did kind of just peace out, though, so I'm sure we'll see him again. Mission 12. When the Hunter and the Protector meet, the last mystery will be given and received. Well, I've heard it's better to receive than to get... Maybe that's something else. Anyway. Here's another puzzle question mark. Well, I love the creepy face textures here, which actually have a hint about what we're about to face, which is, oh my goodness, it's our beloved Sargasso. What's less beloved is how this puzzle works. We have to destroy these diamonds. It's kind of like a gigantic blue device. It's also one of the most annoying things in the game. It also makes me very nauseous. Oh, I don't like doing this. This is the only thing to ever give you a bit of a motion sickness feeling. Yeah, it's giving me that right now. I would like this to be over with as soon as possible so I don't vomit. This is the feeling I get whenever I see 1 second of footage of Warframe. To anyone out there, that's not an insult to Warframe. Don't stop typing. Just the camera makes me very nauseous. I can't. It's got a camera that my eyes don't like. I'm sure you like the game and you're little like, that's fine, you can enjoy it. I have a lot of ocular issues that just make certain things, you know, very unpleasant to my eyes. And this is one of them. I thought these little diamonds came back, but I guess they don't. Which is very nice. Okay. Oh, thank goodness that's over with. It's a really neat idea, and I love the texture work here. It's just not great in practice. Like, I love these little faces, and I love how they allude to, like, the cycloptic Sargasso. And the regular Sargasso with the eyeballs. Now look, here's where that item was, but it's gone now. We can't get it anymore, unfortunately. I think I remember how I cheesed it with the unlockable character. So maybe we'll do that in the future. We'll see you here with the pimp chalice.
Yes. Now we can stop Arius's ambition.
Whatever.
But actually, I do not deserve this power.
Oh no, were you having character moments off screen? Is there perhaps a Lucia scenario that will shed some light on what's going on?
I've got something that I need to
Yes.
take care of.
Yes. We'll be doing that next, don't worry. I actually do really like a lot of the textures in the environment in this game. They're very creative. Stock laughing sound. Plutonian! Oh my goodness. So yeah, again another boss fight where they put you in a gigantic rectangle and make it very easy for you to just chill back and fire any one of your weapons. And yet again, a boss that it's, as you can see, way more, like, cost-effective, I'll say, to just get in there with your sword, even if you get hit. Which I seem to be doing a lot. Look at that, though. Oh my god, this fight takes so much longer when you chill back and shoot at him. Oh my god, that was like so short. I'm just remembering the last time I saw this fight. It was like, I keep saying like it'll take 3 or 4 times as long. I think it takes 10 times as long to do the fights with the guns, actually. I think I'm not giving enough anti-credit to playing this game with guns. I'm not being enough of a bully, actually. I like this boss. It's a neat idea, yeah. They would revisit conceptually Plutonian and Tartarusian in 3.
Daughter. What are you doing, Granny?
I forgot he actually calls her Granny.
One more thing I need to
Oh, that's adorable.
Son of Sparta.
So you notice Dante,
Went to face
he's got a different voice in this than he had in DMC1. He also doesn't talk a lot. I don't like that.
Save Lucia.
He has 1 or 2 moments where he does a quip. I think his model looks really great. I actually think for like PlayStation 2 humans, his face and hair look amazing.
Your lucky streak continues, Granny.
And his voice is okay. I actually prefer the sound of his voice in this. Sads. I prefer the sound of his voice in this to DMC1, but you know, he just doesn't have a whole lot going on. Anyway, Mission 13, the hunter will learn to feel with a leap of faith. Sure? I don't know what any of these means. Oh, anyway, hey, some stuff is going on that we don't really get to see.
That man is going to bring me the Arcana shortly. You will live to see that.
Do you want him talking to the lab animals? No, but I would like if he talked more to the bosses. That's something that DMC1 at least did.
Crap.
And that we would see, you know, in basically every subsequent game.
Here's another 3 for you.
So yeah, the story here is that Arius
Like that doesn't interest me.
wants these mythical items. Oh,
Your swan song will.
translator's note, Zesho does not mean swan song. Anyway. A miserable pile of secrets. Yeah, so now we're fighting Arius, and he's pretty cool. He wants those magic MacGuffins to open up a portal to the demon worlds. Oh, no. It's not very well explained. And we kind of delivered them to him. Now, we have been going through the game trying to collect those MacGuffins. So he doesn't get them, but we just handed them to him. What's up with that? I guess to barter for Lucia's life. So he's actually like a kind of cool boss. Look, he's got a cigar. He's got a big sick revolver. He summons all kinds of stuff. Look at him. I want him to do the really... I'm killing him a little too fast is the problem. Oh, there we go. Is he gonna... Where are you? Where are you? There he is! Look at this little... Look at this very cunty man. He just sits on the desk and he takes a sip. He's got some charisma to him in battle. It's a shame he doesn't have any of this charisma in his cutscenes. Look at him! Look, he doesn't even put the glass down to fire a shot. He's actually really cool. He just has none of this charisma in the cutscenes. I blame a lot of that on his voice is not very cool. But his design rules, and like, yeah, he's got cool boss mannerisms. He also gets really chumped out.
I must obtain the power of Argosax.
Argosax.
Or I cannot transcend all living.
Oh, you're one of those guys.
Too easy.
You cannot win. Someone is holding you.
Oh no, look, it's just like with Trish. Hey, where is Trish anyway? Game does take place after DMC1.
Kill Arius.
Don't worry. I've got you.
Yeah, it's like the one cool thing he does. I like that, because it's like he's saying, don't worry, I've got you, to Lucia. Because look, he's protecting her, but also he's like, I've got you, Arius. I'm gonna murder you real good. It's kind of cool. It's kind of cool. I like it. It's not the coolest thing he's done, but it's probably the coolest thing he'll do or say in this. Next mission.
Why did you
Oh.
leave me?
Oh, I guess
I was
he
cruel
succeeded in turning everything into Demon Town.
by him,
Every hero has a weakness.
but the ritual was activated because of me.
There's still time.
We have until the sun is completely eclipsed. But how are you going to enter the building? The entrance is...
Where there's a will, right?
So Dante's very stoic cool in this. Oh my gosh, look at that in the background. Does that look familiar? Anyway, Mission 14, 4 lights will open the door to the future and the past. Alright. Every time I just say, alright, to those. Yes, Dante's very stoic cool in this. I don't think it matches him. I don't really like it. I like that he's very, you know... He's very caring. You know, Lucia's she's having her sad girl phase. Oh, look. He just hit his buddy with his little, Oh my god. What's that game, Rygar? He's got his little Rygar disc. That's Rygar, right? That's the game I'm thinking of. I gotta play Rygar. I gotta play PlayStation 2 Rygar because that's the game that God of War just wholesale ripped off of. But yeah, Dante's got that, like, stoic but caring air to him, which I tend to like, but it's not very Dante, you know? Lucia's going through her identity crisis, her sad girl phase, and he's like doing the whole don't worry, there's still time to fix this. You know, and I generally tend to like that, but I don't know if it works for Dante. The coin bit a little later is cooler, yeah. Oh yeah, definitely. Now, when you consider that this game does... Oh, we'll talk about timelines in the future, but the original and current timeline, this game takes place right after DMC1. Well, right after, you know. Relatively soon after DMC1. So maybe Dante's in a bit of a sad boy phase himself, you know. He has lost his brother, Virgil. There's no way he's going to get him back. He's a little upset. Sure, he's got a bit of a found family now with Trish, but, well, she's not here. So maybe he's just having a bit of an off day, but I don't know. I think DMC1 Dante is too larger than life when fucking with the bosses to be able to just get dropped into a random game, so Stoic is way easier to insert. Yes. Yes. I agree. And that's probably why he's like that. Because they had to retrofit this into Devil May Cry, so... it would make sense. Yeah, 3142. That's not real anymore. It wasn't real to begin with. And honestly, in retrospect, it didn't make much sense for this game to take place after 4. Didn't change the fact that they named an art book that, and now that's just a relic of a time long since past. But we'll talk about it when we get to it. Which is, again, a thing why I say, yeah, play games in release order. Just play games in release order. And if there's something obvious like, oh, Devil May Cry 3 takes place first, it's pretty obvious to tell that. It's pretty easy to tell that. You like the DT design here. You know, it did set the stage for future DT designs that I really like. So I will give it credit for that. It does, you know, we wouldn't have the, oh no, the connection to the demon world is slowly intensifying. We need to release 3 more powers in order to reach the demon world. I respect it for what it is, I would say. I respect the DT design in this game for what it is. Again, I keep reiterating the idea that people say that this game, you know, it commits the cardinal sin, which I don't even necessarily agree with this. But a lot of people are of the opinion, as a blanket statement, it's way worse to be boring than it is to be bad. I don't agree with that. A bad game that's breaking all the time is very frustrating. A game where you're just sort of hitting buttons and that's your afternoon, I would take that any day of the week over a game that's, like, making me crash out every 15 minutes. But, you know, even still, this game gets accused of being uninteresting. And although maybe the gameplay's not the most interesting, you know, it's more relaxing, I would say. It's more of a cozy game than a crazy game. I think there's a lot of fascinating ideas and a lot to think and discuss. Think about and discuss about with this game. And it's how basically everything in it is the groundwork for everything we would see later on, including the DT design in this, where Dante is depicted as having a very darkened skin, spiked up white hair, a lot of red armor elements in his design. That's basically what every subsequent DT for him is going to look like, and what kind of, you know, set the stage for how Devil Triggers look in the series. So I think even that is an interesting thing to talk about. Anyway, the connection to the demon world, yeah, 2 more powers. Cronus, welcome. We always like a squishy Goshijin. I like these designs as being a human-demon hybrid instead of full-on demon suits for the other games. I really like the 3 and 4 designs. He does kind of just look like a naked man, but I think that's kind of cool. But I like designs with a lot of musculature. I don't know. I like the muscle structure. Archer, Fate Stay Night, yes. Absolutely. Yeah, see, you can see it here. I think it's a little more elegant in later games. Again, it's a lot more aesthetically pleasing because it just follows human musculature, but it's a good rough sketch. It's a good groundwork for what we'd end up seeing. Anyway, we got the Healing Heart. We can now choose, whereas before, the Offense Heart was just a straight upgrade because we didn't have anything in this slot. Now we can choose between either enhanced healing or enhanced offense. I'm going to go with enhanced offense for now. Just seems, you know, seems like a wiser choice. It's been serving me quite well. Also, yeah, we're in the town from early on in the game, but it's all one connected area, and it's like a twisted, fucked up version of the Hamburger Helper. I always like that. I always like returning to like a dark, twisted version of something. I always wonder, I mean, I get why. It's because like purple is seen as like the color of like, you know, like evil energy. Like an evil miasma is always poison, you know, as well. Tends to be purple a lot in Japanese games. But it's funny that it's always purple when you're in the evil world. Like it again, boss baby me all you want, but it does look like the end of the world from Sonic the Hedgehog 2006. I do think it's funny though, because yeah, I always find the purple and like just like a purple and a nice like cool green, like a cool purple and a cool green. I like those colors. Alright. I don't exactly remember where these are. Lucia gets a very similar stage to this. But I believe maybe one or two of her little orbs are in different positions. So it makes it a little tricky. I never really remember where all of them are. Sitting here thinking about colored and toned versions of black and white films, and Onika's over here like nice Sonic vibes. Listen, yeah, I admit it. Every time I do it, I make a Boss Baby joke. I make a reference to the guy who's only seen the Boss Baby seeing his second movie and getting Boss Baby vibes. I tell you when I'm doing it. I am fully aware of what I'm doing. Just speaking of me and my reputation here, I stopped into a one of CC's streams, CC Hime. She was here last time when I played DMC1, and I stopped in to watch her stream a very strange, like, choose-your-own-adventure DVD game. And when I went in, she was on a menu, and it happened to be on Cyber Swine. And I was like, oh geez, Cyber Swine jump scare. And I wanted to share that Cyber Swine, the only thing notable about that game is that it features voice work by one Quentin Flynn of Raiden fame. But before I could get to share that, she gave me a shout out. And basically was like, oh yeah, you know, and I always get awkward when I get a shout out, so I tend to always get really quiet after that. But it was very funny because she described me as having a very high quality professional art and being very autistic about Devil May Cry. And my instinct was, I wanted to say, hey, it's not just Devil May Cry, it's also Sonic and Metal Gear and Resident Evil and I was like, oh no, I can't. Listen, man, I just love to have all of the trivia about things I like. Like, all of the things. That said, though, because I have all of the trivia of all of the things, sometimes I'll see a color palette, and my brain will go immediately to a Sonic 06 level because I'm like, well, this has the same color palette as that Sonic 06 level. And then someone's like, oh, you and your Boss Baby-isms, and I'm like, listen, I admitted it's a Boss Baby-ism, but also keep in mind that I am an artist, so I'm going to have a catalog of, like, color palettes of things that I remember, and I can't possibly know every time this color palette's been used. I just know it's been used for End of the World at Sonic 06. And Symphogear. Yep. Don't forget, I know a lot about Symphogear. I don't see that one, though. I can't really... I mean, I do know a lot about Symphogear, but the other guys who know a lot about Symphogear know way more than I do. So I feel like it's stolen valor, you know? Granted, there's always someone who knows more about Sonic the Hedgehog than I do. But, you know... That's more of a mutual understanding between the Sonic peeps. Is like, you're going to talk to someone and you're going to know stuff they don't know, and they're going to know stuff you don't know. It just happens. Don't forget Jersey Devil and Punky Skunk in that lineup. There's always a Twinkle Pit, man. Yeah, speaking of that feeling as I'm just firing missiles at these goats, I've mentioned him a few times, but Professor Bloom, great, absolutely. Every stream of his is jam-packed with entertainment and education. Legitimately great guy all around. I feel sometimes, though, and I don't think I could ever live up to him in this regard, but I feel like he is whomst you accuse me of when you bring up things like my love of obscure-ish platformers like Jersey Devil and Punky Skunk. I don't even consider those to be obscure. Some of the stuff he brings up, I've never even heard of. I've never even, like... I don't even remember the name. Like, I'm like, is this a fake game? He knows everything, man. There's always someone who knows more about Twinkle Pit than you, okay? But if you show me a video game that has the same color palette as Stage 3 from Twinkle Pit, I'll know it. You see a blue, red, and yellow strip and someone asks if it's Sonic Heroes, and I'd be like, actually, the vibes tell me it's Dante, Virgil, and Trish. Listen, sometimes you see a blue, red, and yellow strip, and you have to go entirely on vibes to tell if it's Dante, Virgil, and Trish, Sonic Heroes, or Hibiki, Chris, and Tsubasa. Alright? And that's the thing. You go, oh, well, look at this guy with his Boss Baby-isms, and I'm like, no! That's usually the colors you make the three characters, so they're visually distinct. Just because I have examples of these three characters that happen to be from things I like, you know, doesn't mean that I think it's an intentional reference or anything. It's just the design psychology of it. So it's not that I'm getting Boss Baby vibes, it's that Boss Baby, you know, really is just a shining example of a story using the hero's journey. So if you're getting Boss Baby vibes from your second movie, you know, they're probably just using very similar narrative themes, which, by the way, come free with a narrative. You can feel the movement of the demon world intensifying to the extreme! You only need to release one more power in order to reach the demon world. Zoe's a sage further up the mountain than you are. That's... yes. Yes. That is the best way to say it. And I think it's a very humbling, but also, it's a very good, like, you know, self-reflective thing to be aware of. That you can never be the very best like no one ever was. There will always be someone better than you. But at the same token, because there will always be someone better than you, that means that you are the sage at the top of the mountain to someone else. Infinite is infinite, you know? There's an infinite skill ceiling and understanding to everything. And, like, it's really just splitting hairs. You're probably really great at being who you are. And there's always going to be someone who is greater in some regard, but not all regards. And I think just realizing that makes navigating life a lot more fun. You know, a lot easier. Boy, we sure are waxing philosophical when playing Devil May Cry 2 of all games. That's because, I mean, I got all the yapping out early about how I feel about the combat and how it's actually fine. You watch other people who make up games, that explains so much. He doesn't make the games that... Listen. There's a lot of people who play a lot of games that we've never heard of, okay? Those people are real. You can watch them. And the games they play are real. You can play them. Just because a lot of people are over here just playing their League of Apex and their Legends of Legends or whatever, doesn't mean someone's not out there playing, I can't even think of a game that's, like, hyper obscure, because to me, I'm like, you know, I don't know. KO Flying Squadron? Do people know about that? I think that game's cool as shit. Is that one that, like, to me, that's not that obscure, but do any of you know about KO Flying Squadron or KO Flying Squadron 2? Anyway, we can reach the demon world now. But we don't want that flame heart. We want the electro heart. Me, when people ask me about boss rate gameplay, not gonna lie, I don't see any other mountains from the top of my... Well, you might be the sage at the top of the Basra mountain. That blue sphere is really good to do kick loops on, since you can skip the fight. Interesting. Oh, that would make sense. Yeah, I remember... I know you have to, like, connect with the kicks. I did a couple. Anyway, we got a big pillar of lava opening up a sky portal to the past. Which means, oh my goodness, it's our boy Phantom. He's back for some reason. We missed you, Phantom. So, hey, here's what really starts to show the difference with this game. This is Phantom's model from DMC1. He has all of his animations from DMC1. Boy, we fight him in this gigantic environment. Everything's just a little bit off, and I think the inclusion of this boss is something that should be studied, because it's a perfect way to sort of sum up, you know, you literally have, what do we have here? We've got Dante with the same inputs, overall a lot of the same moves, and a boss that is just a straight port from the prior game. And yet, it doesn't feel like the prior game. Also, he's a little smaller, I'm noticing. He's just a little baby Phantom. And I feel like if you give enough time, you could really study this and figure out, you know, where this is just a weird, silly, messed up game. But suffice to say, yeah, weird inclusion. Weird inclusion to do this. No, I don't think you can. I think you have to hold R1 to do the sky kicks. We love blue sphere. There's red spheres, there's blue spheres, there's spheres everywhere. We did it. Defeated the Phantom. What strength. And look, he still dies like he's in an N64 game. Very cute. Okay, I'm gonna get up for 1 second because I need to use the bathroom. There's Yellow Spheres as well. I gotta watch that again. I gotta memorize the entire song because it's very funny. It's very funny. All right, I'll be right back. Okay. I am back. I washed my hands. Don't worry about it. And you know, give me credit. We went almost the full Dante game without a bathroom break. Real quick, I'm getting some messages. Need Spike to tell me which Sonic level this one is. Oh my goodness. Has tasted the forbidden. Wait, is that an old Photoshop of that, that I feel like this joke has been done before, or is that a new image of the monkey being ape escapified? Anyway. Come on, get on the window. There we go. We already switched Griffin into half a dozen other bosses. So, you know, might as well just put Phantom in there. Not sure how to bring back Nightmare. Hey, have you considered Don't? Oh, I have to adjust this now. Excuse the creaking. Okay, I did save that, right? Yep. Next mission. Mission 15. They swarm like clouds and desperately seek the hunter's dark blood. So, hey, this I'm not really sure what the joke is. This is a mission that I've always just been a little unsure of what the joke is. You hit that open. It creates a big portal, and a bunch of enemies come out. And now we have to fight all these enemies. I think I want the shotgun. And the idea is we have to, like, defeat a certain amount. But it always feels like I have to do multiple rounds of this. I don't really know how to do this in only one go. Again, so here's a stage where you just fight hordes of enemies. And what I'll see happen is, yeah, people will just, like, shoot the whole time. And I think it takes even longer. I think you have to defeat, like, a certain number of enemies or something. The joke is, don't worry. I mean, that is the long and short of it, right? It's like... regardless, you know, you'll kind of... Oh, I do want, What I would want is the Frost Heart, but I'm pretty sure that's the one we missed with that weird puzzle. Frost Heart is very useful, but I think the Flame Heart does a little more damage. Oh, he's stuck. Ooh, their goat death noise is very funny. It's kind of a worse Leviathan heart, which is just better. You know, I guess both of those statements are true. This is kind of just a worse version of Leviathan, which is just a better version of Nightmare, and does aesthetically borrow from Nightmare. Again, we'll get there when we get there, but I feel like that's relevant. Don't worry. I want to get some of those orbs. Oh, somehow I got up to 30,000. Okay. Oh, did I do it? Oh, okay. I guess I did it in one go. I want to say there's like a weird... Isn't this like a weird hidden thing? I don't remember how to explode this, but I want to say there's like a weird hidden... Isn't there like an item under here? I don't remember how to do it. Anyway, we beat that mission. Not really sure what happened during any of that. I couldn't tell you. I had to do... Oh, right, don't you have to smack enemies into it? What happens there? What does that give you? It's nothing, like, really important, is it? Mission 16, Chaos ripens as the hunter runs toward the sky. Okay. I just keep saying that every time. I'm just like, okay. More strength with Vendetta would be nice. But I think I want to wait. I think I want to wait for the final gun. Again, an oddity of the game, yeah. I wonder if the pre-mission things are written as a book about Dante after the fact. You know, yeah, is that like a prophecy, or is it a recollection of the events? That's a good question, actually. Hey, I don't like this music at all in this stage. I really love, again, the visual design. I love the texture work, this marble here, and like all of the engravings. I don't like this music. I think it's very good at filling you with unease and feeling very, like, otherworldly and uncomfortable. And I think it does a bit too good of a job of that. Now, the problem is, I remember playing this game a lot between, you know, between its release and DMC3's release. I played quite a bit of this game, which is probably why I like it as much as I do. Again, like, not love, but like. And I feel like I would often, you know, especially in like the winter and such, it would be very dark by the time I would get to this point of the game. And just hearing this music, I don't know, it didn't fill me with very comfy vibes. This is the one combo video room, by the way. I'd believe it. Doesn't this have an auto-scroller? Does it? I mean, we've got an elevator fight. And again, look how much better this game works in small rooms. This is still a relatively, like, look how many Dantes. Slams roof of elevator. You could fit so many Dantes in this baby. But no, like, it's still a relatively small room. And the fight just works better. It's more frantic. It's more up close and personal. The music is making this corporate hell tower uncomfortable. A little bit. I do love how it looked, like, visually. So this right here actually feels a lot like, again, Boss Baby. But this looks a lot like the hallway to the commander's room in Twin Snakes specifically. I really do love this aesthetic, this very PlayStation 2 era of very simple, flat geometry with highly detailed textures in indoor environments. It just, I don't know. I like it. No, the burning building with the helicopter, we already did that. That was much earlier. We're at the end of the game, One-Son. Get with the picture. Get with the program. You're slacking on us. I was working. Yeah, that's fine. I'm just being me. Just being myself. Oh yeah, hey, here's another thing. This game has a map. Why do I bring this up? Well, because we're gonna... Oh, I don't like that face in the background image, though. Anyway, we're gonna come to a dark, twisted version of this room that's a little hard to navigate. And that map actually becomes quite useful. Yeah, there it is. I don't like that. Here's this sequence that exists. I'm not even going to call this one a puzzle. I'm going to call that a... We made the geometry for the room and had to come up with something for you to do. Making that face my new avatar. Oh, I don't like it. You put the sacrilege with evil statue. I don't think that sentence means anything. All right, so now we're in the weird version. See, look, it's got all this weird stuff in it. And, if you look, there's a darkened area over there. I think that's where we're gonna get a fun little item. Let's see. Where are we now on the map? Okay. Somewhere here. It's still a little difficult to parse it out. We'll fight them eventually. Maybe it's down this way? And then... Yeah, there it is. Excuse me. Submachine gun, compact submachine guns with high accuracy. Dual MP5s. Just straight up, hey, have some MP5s. Okay. So what do? They're basically full auto Ebony and Ivory. You can't do Rainstorm. You can't do Twosome Time. They're really fast, though. They have piddly damage, but we've been saving up our orbs. So now we can upgrade those. And they're a gun that's actually pretty good, believe it or not. I wish they would bring this back. I would like if they brought this back. I think dual MP5s would be a really cool... Like, obviously I'd want to see a little more gun kata action, a little more... Oh, I don't want to go here. A little more Twosome Time sort of deal. I think that'd be a cool weapon for Lady. Again, she basically does that in a cutscene. You one-shot this stage every time because somehow it's ingrained in your DNA. That's pretty impressive. I always get lost here. No. Yeah, I guess it would just be keep going this way and go through this door. Yes, here we go, because now it's extra dark and twisted. It's the extra twisted edition. It's your boy again. Again, he just has the most visual presence to me. I would love to see him return. Again, I think Bolverk would make a cool, considering he does have some history with Sparta. I want to see Virgil fight him. I want to see Virgil fight Bolverk and get Devil Arm Bolverk. He does a really big slash there. Oh. And look, he's got an actually good stinger, too. So yeah, because he's got like a stinger and a million stab and all that, I feel like you could, you know, turn Bolverk into like a... Oh, jeez. A replacement for a Force Edge for Virgil. Come on, Capcom. Devil May Cry 6. I got big ideas. Man, he's giving me a right walloping. And this game really isn't that hard, though. Even with, it's actually easier if you don't just try and shoot everyone to death. Because you get a lot of health and, like... There we go. I forgot how much damage that attack does. It's so sad you don't get his weapon. It would have been the one cool thing they did in this. If they just gave us this gigantic spear to spin around. I feel like all grievances with this game would be forgiven. I forgot what I was going to say because my phone autocorrected fun into fuck-ass shittery and I'm at a loss for words. Wow. You know, I get that it's a popular term these days. I roll my eyes every time I see or hear someone say, quote, "inshitification." I get what you mean. I get what that is referring to. It's like, come on, though. Just use real words to describe what you mean. Usually what that means is, oh, they've made this digital service much, much worse. To the detriment of its user base. Under the guise of appealing to shareholders who were you know, just won over by fancy-sounding words. Because corporate structures and CEOs is all just a circle jerk of who can lie to each other the most. That's what you mean. You don't need to make up words like in-shitification that actually downplay the problem. This camera angle is great in this room. I love not being able to see things because of giant pustules. That's sarcasm, which I don't like to use very often, because I actually hate when I don't get to see anything because of giant pustules. Speaking of the God Cube Chamber, as we were earlier, this does sort of remind me of one of the rooms after it. There's, again, a lot of strange things in this game that end up being reused. Bold to call the game easy right before this next boss. I think this next boss is quite easy, actually. We got another sacrilege. We put the sacrilege with evil statue. That, again, that doesn't really mean anything. Video game. Oh no, it's even more dark and twisted. Which I like. I like when it's like something familiar that gets all like screwed up. Hey, is this the wrong way? I think it's the wrong way. Am I meant to go this way again? No, because this is just here. Let me check my map. I want to go this way and up, I believe. No, there is no up. I want to go the other way and down? Yes, because these textures look a little different. Ah, yes, okay. Here we are. Oh. You know, I don't know where I'm going. It's been a while since I've played this game, I'll be honest. Nice, it's DMC2. Yeah. This game's okay. I maintain it's okay. You could do a lot worse on the PlayStation 2. If you want a game where a guy uses a sword. So what does this give me? Because I honestly don't remember. Relatively new genre at the time. Yeah. I mean, again, at the time it was fine. It was really only later games that made this seem less good by comparison. Yes, I do know about the shotgun moves. Ah, this is where we get the Frost Heart. Okay. Frost Heart's quite good because it gives you actual hit stop. But yes, the, Yep. First appearance of fireworks. And then something that would end up showing up in Resident Evil 6. It's very cool. I genuinely like that. I think those moves are really cool, and I would like to see them... I'd like to see if they could work those into stuff in the future. So yeah, let's show this off. Frost Heart, we get icy attacks now, and when we hit enemies, they kind of like actually have hit stop. They're frozen in place for a moment. It makes the combat a lot better, actually. It incentivizes you even further to use the sword. As if I haven't shown enough that you don't want to shoot everything in this game. Unlike what a lot of people say. Now we have the Frost Heart, which... Oh, look, he's a leaping lord. I love it. Yes, it's also in Marvel Infinite, a variation of it where he does a crouching sword slash and then a shotgun turn shot. Is this the way I'm supposed to go? You can kind of do something like that in later Devil May Cry games as well, but, you know. Are you ready? Whoop. Stinger is still not great in this. Okay. Is this where I want to go now? This might be where I want to go. Hey, you know what I do want to do? Whoop, not shoot the deity statue. No, not exit either. I want to upgrade these. Oh, I can only do it once. Okay, that's fine. You do want those upgraded because they're pretty useful. Did I loop around? I think I did. I am getting flipped turned upside down here. As much as I like the textures in this place. Now, this just brings us back. You know, One-Son, I don't know how you have this layout ingrained in your brain, because it's bouncing right off of my smooth brain. It's not, nothing's taking. Is it this way? No, it's not this way. Why doesn't this corporate hell tower have more yellow paint? You know what they usually do in games like this? This is what you would use those orbs for. To incentivize the player to go in a specific direction. You know? You would just entice me with some orbs? Well, there's some dudes here. And here. Is this a door I want to go in? No, I think I've been in this one already. Yeah, I've somehow found the secret room twice. It would be very nice to get some sort of a pointer Because the problem is, again, we're doing some cool fixed camera angle shenanigans, but again, it's not doing a good job signposting any of this. Yeah, because I've now looped around every direction you can loop around. Here's where I fought Bolverk. Okay. Let's check the map. This is very embarrassing. I'm supposed to get... I don't know where I'm supposed to get. Because the top right is the secret room. That's the elevator. Am I supposed to go to the elevator? Am I actually supposed to go to the elevator now? And I misremembered, because now that I'm thinking about it, I do remember 2 elevator trips. Okay, that's the secret place, which is over there. So I want to do like a Z? Right? Like then go this way. And then that's... That's that room again. So I want to go this way. And again, the idea is to disorient you. And man, doing a bang-up job of that. This should be the... No, that's not the right room. Okay, I want to come out here. Go this way? And up this one, I think. Back to the, which I was already here. But I seem to be remembering now that there is a second elevator ride. No? No, we're going back down. I don't want to go back down. Showtime, though. That's nice. I don't think I want to go back down anyway. Like, because that just takes us here. Yeah, we don't want to be here. Why don't I remember? Wait a minute. Hold on. No, I don't have an extra sacrilege. Well, we're getting plenty of orbs. Why can't I just run up this tower? Like I did in a future game that took place in the past. Ah, he's not feeling it. Wait. is what I'm noticing here. Again, here's the elevator. We're not taking the elevator. No, that's just weird. On the, what I noticed was on the map. There's a little indent there, but no. Oh, is that another... No, that's that weird area. This is embarrassing. The problem is, I don't remember anything. I know what boss comes next, but I don't remember what room leads to that boss. And I mean, we put the stupid thing in this mouth, right? That was the last thing we did. I went over here and this didn't open. Oh, now it opens. And here's the second elevator. Okay. You know what? That's fine. See, the problem was I went and inspected that before putting in the sacrilege. That's why I got confused. I remembered a second elevator, and I even checked my menu to go, hey, did I put the sacrilege in? Yeah, whatever. It's fine. It's fine! Oh no, the camera's going nuts! Welcome to the only boss fight that talks, and as such is kind of the only memorable one. I think Bulwark is very memorable, but I want more of this in a Devil May Cry game.
Don't speak. Just die.
Yeah, I don't want more of the boss fight, but I want more a boss comes out, knows that I'm the son of Sparta, shit talks me a little bit, you know. So this is Trismagia. It's like what happens when you make a really weird Sigma boss in a Mega Man X game. And then you put it in a Devil May Cry. Basically, we dodge around a lot. And we build DT. We can break these to get DT. Whoop. When heads get close, we can attack them. Then he, 3 become 1. And we shoot him. We shoot him a whole lot. He wants to do a big move against us. We dodge. Alright. Rinse and repeat. It's not a good boss. Yeah, this is the only boss where you really can't melee it. The helicopter, we showed you could melee the boss. I couldn't quite get close enough to it, the moth boss, but, you know, I think I kicked it once or twice in the air. This thing is just silly. It's also where you might want to use these a lot. Which doesn't do great damage, but, you know. The big problem, again, is just that I can't build DT reliably. If guns built DT like crazy, like DMC-1, it wouldn't be a problem. So instead, you kind of have to rely on getting hit if you want to do the most amount of damage. Yeah, because look at how little damage I did that time compared to the first time. It's weird. Again, like, it legitimately does feel like a Mega Man X Sigma boss. Not just because it's a weird bald head flying at us, but because, like, it's a weird pattern that gives you a very brief window to attack. It can kill you pretty easily, but not in a way that, like, is cool. The faces are very ugly. I mean, that's something, right? A rocket launcher does a pretty good job. When, you know, he's actually vulnerable to it. There you go. That was a fight that happened. Again, I like that he's like, son of Sparta. You shall repent your sins. Like that. That's cool. But the important thing is it's done. Power up. Gonna power up our guns. We're gonna put it into the submachine guns. Because as much as you don't want to just shoot everything, it's useful. It's useful to do that, to have that option. It's pre-rendered cutscene time. We love an FMV. We love full motion video. Music in this scene's pretty good. Hey, look, it's the big pillar that Pyron turns into. Why isn't this working? Wait, wrong game. Yeah, pretty much.
I will become an all-powerful immortal.
Like, he's hamming it up with the voice acting, but I don't think it... I don't know, it doesn't make him very charismatic. It just makes him seem
What's going on?
very whiny.
Is there a problem?
You!
Like, where did all your swagger go from your boss fight?
Is that the medallion?
Oh my god.
You switched them?
A false coin for a false god.
That's a good line. Like, you just so want, like, weren't you cool before, sitting around, like, drinking your champagne? And, you know... Oh, by the way, there's more Lucias. What's up with that? That's a plot. Look, now he goes back. He's just puffing his cigar. I don't know. I don't think the voice fits him. It's very funny. It's very funny, but I don't think it fits. Like, see how he's sitting here? And he's got his champagne and his cigar and his big gun. Like, he should sound way cooler than that. Is that the medallion? Like, that's not... No, it doesn't... It does not fit with what we're seeing here. I think it just should have been a different guy. Like, if you wanted to do that voice, give him, like, a weird, like, sniveling sidekick or something. Especially with what he's about to say after we beat him. It just doesn't match with how he's fighting us here. He should have like a cool, deep voice. He should have like a really like, you know... Anytime I have to redraw a face on a commission. My dream! My life!
King? Yeah. Here's your crown.
That's still pretty good, though. I think the idea is that he's losing it, but they don't have any screen time for that. I don't think there was an idea. I'm gonna be honest. Capcom games didn't start to get good voice acting and good direction until much later. Iconic, sure. Memorable, sure. But, like, good at telling the stories they were trying to tell? No.
You defeated Arius.
Here's Your Crown is good. Oh, yeah, absolutely.
There's just one thing left. Kill me. Kill me and everything will be over.
Her accent's very inconsistent, too.
I was a descendant of the clan that protects Vidomarli. The ones who have the blood of the devils. But the truth is, I was created by Arius. I could become a monster and attack the humans at any time.
So when I mentioned that DMC1 looks like it's running on the same engine as Code Veronica,
To hunt devils.
like, visually, when we actually get a cutscene of characters talking in this, it looks a lot like DMC3. I'm pretty sure someone outside just laid on their horn. I'm pretty sure it's the same engine as DMC3 for the graphics of it. There's a lot of like similar faces between this and 3. Whereas like DMC1 looks very Code Veronica in texture and face quality.
What? The ritual was incomplete. But the door to the demon world is... Wait. What are you doing?
You know,
My job is hunting devils.
unrelated to the game,
Once
but
you enter
like,
the demon world,
if you're supposed to come and pick someone up at a certain time of day, you know, instead of going out in the parking lot and laying on your horn so the whole fucking neighborhood can hear you, just get your lazy ass out of your car and go knock on their door and say, hey, I'm here.
happy if I can die like a human.
That's a lot better.
No.
I think you should do that instead.
Cry.
Anyway, devils never cry.
Let's leave it to fate. Heads, I go. Tails, you go.
Yeah, Lucia's the only one who's actually into Dante, but never shows up again in the games. Yeah. It's very funny.
Don't you want to hear the story about Sparta?
So, like, this is... Dante in this is a cool character. He's just not Dante
I
cool.
know. He did the same thing.
Like, he's very stoic cool. Which I think is still cool. This is cool, and this is a good gesture because if you know the thing about the coin, you know, what he does there is basically, you know, revealing the facade. Like, he's a compelling character in this. I just don't think he's very Dante compelling. But again, that's what I think makes this game so fascinating, is that it actually is a very interesting video game. Oh, I didn't read that. Well, the hunter shall surpass all who came before him. Oh, look, it's Griffin! Oh, and Phantom's back! Hey, it's Donkey Kong! It's these freaks, too! Yeah, so we got a really weird boss fight here. Now, here's the thing. This one's probably better just to fight with guns. I'm gonna be real. Just because you don't get hit, you know? Oops. What is this, some kind of evening horse? I get it. I see what you're saying. I get the... Oh, dear. That did a lot of damage. They're still laying on that horn outside. Don't they know I'm trying to play Devil May Cry 2 for you? Yeah, what, do you not got a cell phone? Just text them. What, do you not got legs? If there's someone out there without legs or a cell phone and that's why they're doing that, but that's fine. But I just think they're a lazy bitch. Anyway, we accidentally activated Phantom there. So I don't really know a good way to fight this that isn't just gun spamming, because, like, it just actually seems like the better option. Like, every time I've played this, I just do this. Half tempted to restart the mission just because of how bad this has been going, but it's fine. Oops. Yeah, I usually either submachine gun or rocket launcher this thing, just because it's... I don't know. Like I said, much of the game does inadvertently teach you to be out of harm's way. And I mean, again, hey, this is how I fought most stuff in DMC1. It's not like I'm above, you know... Oh! That's fine, I had a gold orb. That's how gold orbs work! Yeah, it's just not... This is a genuinely bad boss. It's an interesting idea. But, it's not great. And it's a shame because, you know, I would say Lucia's equivalent of this, her penultimate boss, is actually really good. This genuinely feels thrown together. And is visually thrown together. Like, literally. Yeah. Is that better? What's my best? I don't know. I don't like it. I never liked this. Metal Gear Man prefers the Solidus XP fight? Shocking? Yeah? Yeah, maybe I do. Solidus enjoys things that remind him of Solidus, yeah? Look how pathetic the damn... Like, it's okay, I guess, but, like... Ugh. Oh, I always like that because it looks like he's rocking out. It's always funny. Hey, Griffin. I miss you, buddy. You were always cool. Brings back old times, doesn't it? Just you shooting lightning at me and me dodging and firing high ordnance explosives at you. Good times, good times. My dodge was better back then. But again, Dante's not really feeling it. So his iframes aren't as powerful as they once were. My Devil May Cry tier list is I like Devil May Cry 2. I love Devil May Cry 1 and 4. And I really, really love Devil May Cry 3 and 5. And I have not played the Ninja Theory game, and I don't really feel I need to. Anyway, check this out. It's the real final boss. Oh. Ah. Oh, sweet. It's Pyron. You thought I referenced Pyron for no reason earlier. Anyway, here's the Despair Embodied. It's an actually kind of neat fight. Because it's just like a demon being. Whoops. Also, still easier to shoot this thing, which is unfortunate. Oh. You know, I really do prefer the SMGs against this. So it's a conceptually neat boss that, like, it's not quite there. Oh! That did a hilariously small amount of damage for how dramatic that was. So some of these moves it's doing might look familiar if you've played later games in the series. And if I can do this properly... Okay. Sin Devil Trigger! That exists in this game. Yeah! This game started that. You only got to see it for like a second there, but, here's a cool cutscene. What? Where the... Huh? Oh! This always irritated me, though, because Dante's about to do a move you can't do in this game. We don't have Alistair, and we can't charge shot. Why see... Oh, who cares? It looks awesome. So, yeah, this game's not without merit. There's some cool stuff. It's mostly just... Yeah, that's a good shot. Again, this game is the rough sketch of a really cool game.
Yeah. Let's go all the way to hell.
Yeah. And thankfully, we don't have to wonder what the finished product would look like because Devil May Cry 3 is right there. It's right there. So, you know, we get to play the fully fleshed out idea. And then, of course, 4 and 5 would continue to take inspiration from this. So, you know, I genuinely think this game is pretty fascinating. Screen. We did it. We beat the next challenge, Lucia Disc. Oh man. We beat Devil May Cry 2, but it's not over yet. Because I thought we got credits. Well, in lieu of credits, I'm going to let the attract mode play. I'm going to go get some more water. And then we will continue with, we will challenge Lucia Disc. I mean, that's what, you know, they told us. So we're going to do that. I'll be right back. There's the attract mode. This game also contains footage. Okay. Let us change this to Devil May Cry 2. Lucia. And let me get another link out there. just post those. I hate that the game just utterly pauses when you tab out of it. I don't know how to turn that off for this game. Oh yeah, look at this. So this is that pre-render. Again, this was like a trailer you could watch back in the day on the internet. And yeah, this doesn't happen in-game. That's not what he did. This isn't a move we have either. Not even in our Sin DT that we saw for 1 second. Two. It's gonna throw that in at the end there. All right. We have to hit the back button, which is now going to just eviscerate the game from your eyeballs. Don't worry. As we've learned, don't worry. Because it should pop up. There it is. Yep. Save data has been auto-loaded. This footage contains scenes. We don't want to see any of those scenes. Oh, look at that. Look at that artwork. That's really nice. That's a good... It's good pre-render. Okay. We're gonna... Do we load game? I played this before? I guess I played this at some point. Ignore this. Ignore this. Let's see how far... I mean, I got to here. I don't remember playing that. Okay. All right. All right. All right. I see. Well... I don't remember. Let's start a new game as Lucia. I don't remember playing this on the personal computer.
In a time long since past, in an age of darkness, when the earth was overrun with demons,
there's this scene again.
were powerless under their rule. Humanity's hope lived in a demon named Sparda, with a spirit unlike any other, and wielding the sword that bore his own name, Sparda eradicated the demons.
Oh no, it's the birds again.
And now, the legend of Sparda has been inherited by his son, the demon slayer, Dante.
Yeah! In the outfit he's supposed to have on. Dante's DMC2 outfit is a lot of people's favorite. I think it's alright. Again, I don't... For me, I think Dante needs rolled up sleeves. I think it's weird to see him with full sleeves like that. I do like the boots and gloves quite a bit. But, I don't know. He needs at least one... I need a little forearm action, you know? Certainly got the chest action.
You called?
Look at those pecs. My goodness.
Till next time, son of Sparda.
Bothers me people that think this is his best outfit still. It's got some stuff I like, but it's not. It's the DMC1 outfit's my favorite. Mission 1. Toward the south, the Protector will find the time. Guidepost for the Protectors. Chapter 1, Clause 3. Yep, we're back here. 1 and 4 are both real good, yeah. Alright, so Lucia, what does she do? That's her stinger? That's her high time? She's got a bunch of weird combo variations that work the same way as Dante. Again, you can press a direction. To get different stuff. Does she still have the... Oh, look at that. Little spinning bird kick. So she doesn't have guns. She's got kunai, basically. Throws them real cool in the air. She's also got some weird secret moves that I don't remember the inputs for. There's that one. So it's like short hop stinger. Does this flying kick? It's a very strange move, but it's really good. Red orb, a crystal with condensed demon blood. Use it to gain new power. I kind of prefer the Lucia disc. There's a couple missions in there I don't like, but overall I think Lucia has the better story. And because she's not Dante, the differences with the gameplay, it's kind of like easier to swallow, you know? It's easier to take for what it is. Of course, she has her own little dodge animations. She's kind of the closest thing this series has to a ninja. Which also makes me kind of like her quite a bit because she offers something very unique. I would love to see another take on Lucia. I don't think you'd even need to do much to differentiate her. I think just like, you know, like from this, I think she would just need to be in a more enjoyable gameplay engine with better encounters. You can see I'm kind of using her flying kick there as a air dash sometimes. See, the kicks in the air make more sense for her now than... Oh, right, you can do multiple. Oh, right, she can do all kinds of crazy stuff. Forgot about that. Yep. 45 red orbs. Okay, I still need 4 more. It's very similar to the original Devil May Cry 1. Almost like Lucia's the real main character. Do like the footstep noises on those roofs. Capcom, always good with the footstep ASMR. There we go. Two is an outlier with the amount of black and is arguably the closest to a tactical look, so some people will lean towards it. Yeah, I can see that. My problem is, again, it's just I feel like Dante needs a little forearm, you know? He needs to show his forearms a little more. Anyway, we got Skellies. Well, we also got hit in the face. So yeah, the rules of engagement, they're pretty much the same as Dante. Again, Lucia has her own moves. Her own strategies. She'll get some semi-unique projectiles soon enough. Are you ready? So you can still wall run. Her Devil Trigger is cute as heck. I love it. She also gets this move. gets a couple secret moves. If I can get a better look at her DT, I will. I really like her design. I like her design, I like her DT. I have nothing bad to say about Lucia other than her accent's very inconsistent. Anyway, we got a gold orb. Blorb fragment. Oh, there's that. I might have to close my window. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. You see, there's been an ongoing domestic issue in the neighborhood. I know this because a couple nights ago, I was up until 4 a.m. Couldn't really get to sleep because the guy across the street seems to be having an issue expressing himself to his significant other, and he's doing that thing that I you know, I'm not like Captain Romance or anything. I barely understand human emotions. There's probably people who have flirted with me and I didn't understand because I don't want to overstep boundaries. And, you know, I'm very timid in those regards. You know, but I will say that, hey, if you're a man and your only way... Whoops, something just fell over. If you're a man in a romantic relationship and your way to express yourself to your significant other towards the bad end of the romantic relationship is to scream real loud and throw things and cause a catastrophe for the neighborhood, you can just fuck off straight to hell, brother. The Earth doesn't need people like you on it. Fuck you, guy. I don't know the full story of what went on, but, like, I don't know. Even if, you know, she did very wrong things to you, you don't need to yell and scream and throw things in the middle of the parking lot at 4 a.m. You can, you know, hunker down and, express yourself in a better way, and if legal ramifications are necessitated, you can speak to your attorney in a mature, responsible adult way. You don't need to throw a little pissy fit, and you especially don't need to do that on a Sunday afternoon about a week later when I'm just trying to play Devil May Cry 2 for the internet. Anyway, we're gonna fight more birds. We're gonna fight more birds until I'm pretty sure that shithead has shut the fuck up. Let's look again at Lucia's DT. So when she DTs, she has a special projectile that kind of arcs out and hits the enemy. It's pretty cool. Again, I do quite like Lucia's DT. I think she also starts with... No, she doesn't start with the aerial heart. I thought she did because she's so bird-like. But, I guess that's not the case. Approaching human emotions like it's like that one scene from Sonic Adventure 2. Listen. There we go. Kick that bird. Not to get all spicy there. It's just that's a big pet peeve of mine. It's just that, you know. And it's one thing, you know, to have your, like, differences in a relationship, but to make it that loud, and I don't know. I don't know. I don't like that. I have no respect for people who do that. What I do have respect for is Devil May Cry 2. I understand. We hit the part in the relationship where we're looking for Froggy. Yes, exactly. I mean, again, listen, I'm not Captain Romance, but I've had my, you know, I've had my fair share of interpersonal relationships with ladies. And I never expressed myself like that. Even when I felt that, you know, maybe I was, you know, being treated a little unfairly, I would just say it. I would just say my emotions like a regular person. I didn't have to resort to that. I didn't have to use aggression and violence. That skeleton, he's hopping around. See, I use all my aggression and violence in video games when I do these stylish combos. Bingo. Every time he throws those shields at me, I'm just thinking about Rygar. I've never played the PS2 Rygar, and I really want to. Again, I mentioned... Oh, green orb. That heals us. I mentioned Dante has more of a flow to him than he does in other games. It's less arcadey, less cancel-heavy, and more of a flow. I feel like Lucia has that in spades. I feel like she absolutely just has a really cool vibe and flow to how she fights. Everything just looks pretty cool. As long as you're doing everything she can do. Unless you completely whiff like that. I don't know. Gotta use that, too. Gotta use the spinning bird kick. Not that. That. I should change my avatar back to the Devil May Cry 2 green orb. It's such a mood. Yeah. It's pretty good. Every orb is a pretty decent mood. I am very partial to the DMC4 orbs. They're all the same, but they're all great. But, you know, all of them are pretty good. Every Devil May Cry game has some pretty good orbs. It's another thing about relationships. I love me a lady with some good orbs. No. I love Gold Ship. She's got some good orbs. I do love how, I'll use the word handsome. How handsomely Gold Ship is drawn in the anime. Her face is a little longer and more mature, and they give her some nice shoulder definition. It's very nice. Some characters look a little better in the anime, some characters look a little better in the game. DMC5, red orb looking like a goblin. It kind of just looks like a Satan face, you know? It just looks like an actual, like, Satan face. I like the, Here's a secret room. I like the... Is it the green orbs that are a cube and they just have a little pleasant... Like, just when you look at it straight on, it just looks like a little happy guy? I like that one. So this room, all of these secret rooms, but this one in particular, is used for the early stages of Bloody Palace, because Bloody Palace started in Devil May Cry 2. You would not have Bloody Palace, arguably the best mode of some Devil May Cry games, for. You would not have Bloody Palace if not for DMC2. Oh, she starts with Frostheart. That's the thing she starts with. Which also makes her a little better, because again, you know, you get the hit stop. Enemies, you get to slow them down and stun them for a moment. Why is she not doing the, Is it not a stinger input? Is it not a stinger input? Let's see. File? Action. Oh, so here it mentions she gets the, she gets the wall landing. It doesn't mention how to do her flying kick though. Blue orb fragment. Okay, hold on. Oh! Okay, I get it. So what this actually is like a demon flip. It's when you lock on and jump forward. See it? Oh, it's like a directional demon flip. Okay. I know that's a weird way to think about it, but like, if you look, right? There's a difference. There's a difference in her animation between jumping forward and lock on jump forward. See that big lunge she does? That's when you want to input that. Okay. Okay, and she does do it. Okay. If I think of it as a demon flip, that helps me a lot, actually. Man, she really can do a lot of cool stuff, huh? Lucia's really cool, isn't she? Like, you could probably make some of these inputs a little better. No, let's save it over file 10. You could probably make some of these inputs a little better. But, she's got a lot of interesting ideas. Oh, there's her very cute DT. The aerial heart will give the Protector the chance to reach the skies. Guidepost for the Protectors, Chapter 1, Clause 8. Okay, I think dipshit out here has finally shut the fuck up, so I'm going to open my windows back up. Oh no, I just had something fall off of my windowsill. Okay, that's probably fine. Alright, we're good. We're good. She's a character I'd like to play as again, which already puts her in the top half of playable Devil May Cry characters for me. I mean, I want to play as Lucia again more than I want to play as V, but that's because V is such a cool idea, but man, his inputs hurt my hands like you wouldn't believe. Or maybe you would believe that. Hey, this room looks familiar. Don't remember that painting. And again, I have to bring attention to it. I really do love the texture work in this game. I complain about the level design and how it affects the combat encounters, but visually it's very nice. I quite liked Lady and Trish in DMC4 personally, but you know, everyone's gonna have their favorites and least favorites. My least favorite to play as, and I know this is contentious, and I'm not going to get into why. I'll talk about it when I talk about it, but 4 Dante is probably my least favorite in terms of just what he can do. But, you know, I'm much more like I said, a lot of that is personal. A lot of it is that my execution is really bad now in my old age, so I like characters that have a lot of low tech but cool stuff they can do, you know? He's for like people who are like tech beasts. I can't do that. I'm much more of a Nero enjoyer in that game, if we're just comparing the vanilla characters. But anyway, we'll talk about future games when we get to them. Right now, we're gonna get equipped with the Aerial Heart. And they give us more enemies to fight to increase our DT, but there's still that thing in the corner. Oh my god, that homes like crazy. Oh, that's such a funny move. Oh, let's try and use. Not that. Yeah, it's pretty good. I like how many kicks Lucia incorporates. Again, she's like aesthetically the most ninja-like in how she fights. And I think that's really cool. I genuinely do think there's more, you know, room for that. Also, yay, with my wings, I'm so pretty. Her DT is genuinely really just, it's great. It's very good. Like, it's just so cool. Oh yeah, I think she just is faster as well. She doesn't even need the quick heart. I mean, of course, like, your DT is always faster, but... So the amulet, Blue Orb Fragment, by the way, amulet system is to kind of give you more customizability over your DT form. In DMC1... By the way, exclusive area for Lucia, the Clock Tower. DMC1 was very, Alistair was faster and gave you aerial capabilities. Ifrit was more powerful. And of course you get, what is it called? It's not called Flush. It's called Rolling Blaze. It's called Flush in later games. Rolling Blaze, which was not necessarily a DT ability, but Rolling Blaze gave you a lot more defensive and offensive abilities. Of course, when DT'd, things like Kick 13 would transform, you get access to Meteor and Inferno. This game tries to make it so you can customize your DT to however you want, whatever element you want. Do you want more offense? Do you want more healing? Do you want aerial capabilities, etc., etc.? It's a neat system, but I don't think it works for Devil May Cry because it's so menu-based. That was a really interesting sound. Oh, right. I think there's, like, unlimited enemies here. I don't know. Let's see. But yeah, the amulet system is something that, and I do not mean this in an insulting way. I hate that I even have to preface my statement like that. But the amulet feels like something that would be more at home in something like Kingdom Hearts. I.e. something that's a little more RPG-like. Still action-focused, still combo-heavy, but, you know. Something where menus are not... I beefed that really bad. Something where, like, spending time... Nope! In a menu isn't unheard of. Oh! That's right! Darts! Short swords. With their narrow shape, multiple swords can be thrown at once. So we get our second gun. Yeah. So Dante's DT basically fires the submachine guns. Lucia's basically fires the darts. And now we just sort of get that. It's alright. It's not my favorite. Her third weapon is actually my favorite because it's really useful, but no one knows how to use it. But let me tell you, it's really good once you figure it out. Yep. Capcom sure loves their clock towers. Thank you for clipping that. I had a feeling that would get clipped. I'm not even really sure what happened with that. Like, I get that it was an enemy's getting hit sounds stacking infinitely upon itself, but I don't really get why. Anyway, you can skip a lot of fights with Lucia, which, again, very much smacks of... didn't start as Devil May Cry. Like, I think her game more accurately represents what this probably was before it turned into Devil May Cry 2. Looking forward to a random sound in DMC3 destroying my eardrums? It's probably gonna happen. Hey, look! It's Tartarusian. I know it's a reference to Tartarus, but... Tartarusian? 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 Lucia's DT is just really good. Lucia is so much better than Dante, man. Whoop. Oh, look, he's swinging it. He's swinging it to block. Look at that. Can't spam projectiles here. Another secret move Lucia gets. That's just, triangle and square in midair. The other one is forward triangle and square. And we did it. We beat him. Easy breezy. She's cool as hell and has a nice butt. That's correct. Not even just her butt, but like her hips, I think are very aesthetically pleasing. Like, because she's got those low-rise tight pants. We got to bring those back. She's got a little bit of ab definition, you know? It's just very... I like that. We got the Arcana Spada. Sure. One of the holy relics that were once used to seal a great demon. And a whole blorb. Devils never cry, but those hips don't lie. Yep, that's how the song goes. Do you want to... There you go. Just because there's some orbs in here. Listen, I'm a big proprietor of, if he got abs, show him off. You know, that's why DMC3 is so good. You know, Dante's also, he's got the abs and he's rocking the low-rise pants. He knows what's up. That's how you gotta do it. If I ever get in, and I mean, you know, it's definitely within the realm of possibility. I do like getting, healthy meals, and I do like getting my exercise. So if I ever get abs, watch out. I'm going to be wearing some real low pants. Be warned. I already have abs. Yeah, but they're under like a layer of squishiness. I got to get rid of the layer of squishiness. That's the issue. I got to do a lot more jogging first. So a lot of the cutscenes are the same.
Mathieu? Mathieu?
Good grief.
They really made a big mess, didn't they? Stilted Tails ass Sonic Adventure dialogue.
While to find this place. Oh, you have arrived, son of Sparta.
You knew him?
Oh yes.
She's got like 3 new scenes. She's got a couple new scenes. Again, it's very Resident Evil 2. There's no, you know, A and B scenarios, but there is a Dante and Lucia scenario.
Son of Sparta. We must
Again, the whole 2-disc thing is entirely marketing. It's very funny to think that printing 2 discs, you know, was cheaper back then. Like, it was cheap enough that they were like, oh, that'll be like better marketing. We'll spend the extra money making 2 discs. So it feels like double the content instead of just being 1 disc where you pick which character you want to be. And they were right, because that did, you know, read as that back in the day. But it's very funny because, you know, nowadays, I mean, if a developer can actually be pressed to release a physical copy, let alone with a proper manual, oh my goodness. Oh, that's some deluxe. You gotta pay like $127 if you want to buy a game with a disc and a full color manual.
Did you obtain the other Arcanus, my dear?
Here's a new sequence. So, I've mentioned it before, but just keep Matier's face in your memory for a future game, because we'll see a similar face. I like Matier well enough, though. I always like a, I don't know. I always kind of like when there's just a granny in something who's just, like, implied was, like, a sick badass back in her day. I think I'll just wait. I think I'll just wait to, upgrade. Oh, many arms but 1 heart. It's the same thing. We gotta fight the squid lady again. Yeah, you know, and so, like, she's just kind of like, oh, good grief, it's these demons again. I don't know, it's always kind of fun. The whole Obasan, like, hunched over and everything, it's a fun character trope to me. Especially if they can, like, still do a little bit, you know? Now that I remember how to do this, I just want to do it the whole time. Gotta do the spinning bird kick, too. Again, her animations are really fun. I genuinely really like watching Lucia fight. Like, she does some cool stuff. We still got this out here? Nope. Nice camera angle, though. What is her back dodge, actually? Okay, she does still get the special third dodge animation that actually makes it harder to spam your dodges. One thing that I think is interesting about these directional input combos is the later you hold the direction, the longer the combo. I don't know, that just works like differently from how I would expect. I think to get longer combos you would do like delays or inputs earlier on. But no, that's not how it works in this game. Oh no, who could it be? So again, very Resident Evil 2 is that both characters kind of do the same things for the most part. When it's like, shouldn't we always be doing different things and only meet up when we meet up? Like, is Dante just like right behind me dodging this? Like, we already know we're gonna have to fight, you know, Jokit Glum. So, like, why, like, did Dante and Lucia fight her at the same time? What's up with that? I don't know. Let's do this again. It's a pretty good move. Wow, spoilers? That's the mission start screen showed her. This is our second playthrough. I mean, like, it's our first Lucia playthrough, sure. Claymore. Swords for Lucia that have wide range. So we missed a sword with Dante, which was his long range, faster sword. This is Lucia's equivalent. Looks pretty cool. I don't know why it's named after a claymore. They look way more... They've got like the weird little branch at the bottom, which is more of a defensive weapon thing. But then their length, when she holds them, they look very katana-like. I don't know. There are a lot of swords mixed together. Again, they look cool though. I like their range. I like that she looks even more ninja-like now. What would I call them? I would name them something... I would honestly name them something either in Japanese that means like, I don't know, like Oni Cleaver or something. Well, not like a cleaver, but you know. I would either give them a Japanese name, full blorb, by the way, or I would name them something like, I don't know, something to do with shadows. Something to, like, invoke ninja-like imagery. And say, like, oh, they're like a sword used by, like, Eastern demon hunters to, you know, it's something that because a claymore is a pretty big sword. It's not similar to these at all. She's genuinely really fun to play as. Again, like, at risk of repeating myself and just saying, well, people play this game wrong. Like, people just play this game wrong. It's possible that sometimes there's a game that people play wrong. And one of those games might, in fact, be Devil May Cry 2. Because when you actually try to hit more than one button, you get some cool stuff. Now, this is not my favorite Lucia weapon again. I tend to prefer the heavy-hitting stuff. So her power weapon is definitely more preferred, and I'll be using that. I also think it looks cooler, but yeah, I kind of like that she starts with a very ambiguous curved sword, and then one of her secret weapons is very katana-like, very ninja-like, to kind of drive home, like, if you didn't catch on to, oh, she's sort of like a ninja, but not, like, I don't know, I like that. Like, her signature weapon is not the ninja-like weapon, but one she finds is a little more ninja-like. So if you didn't realize, oh, what with all the flipping and kicking and knife throwing, reverse grip sword, you know, nonsense, you'd go, oh, I get it. Most people don't play it at all, let alone do it wrong. That's correct. That's correct. Which I think is a shame, because, like, it's not... I mean, Mint played it, despite everyone... Man, like I said, I have huge respect for Mint Fantôme. She is great. Only my second favorite made VTuber. We know who my favorite is. It's Taco. But, you know, big respect to Mint for actually playing the game despite everyone saying shit the whole time. And at the end of it, she did say she enjoyed it for what it was. She was like, I didn't not have fun. And, you know, she's real for that. I think that that's something that is very respectable. What's not respectable is this platforming. Hey, since the platforming's not respectable, I don't... Whoop! Since the platforming's not Since the platforming's not respectable, I don't... Are you fucking... There we go. I don't have to respect it. How many people telling you... how many people telling you not to do, then you do so... Listen, for me, it's only one. If someone tells me, don't do that, if I go, I'm thinking about doing this, and someone goes, don't do that, I'm like, well, now I want to do it more. So for me, that number is exactly 1. Pilk, huh? Doesn't sound too bad. Onika, don't do it. Don't drink the pilk. Well, now I gotta drink the pilk. I gotta see what the big deal is. And you know what? It was fine. That's the thing. Like, most things that we eat nowadays taste good. Why is that? Well, because of colonialism. It's true. You might not like it, but it's a fact. Whoops. Doesn't make colonialism good, but it makes food good. And so the result is most things taste good. So there's really only like certain things you could put together that don't taste good. And you know, there's like any combination of food that is like a faux pas in one culture, you know, it's not going to be a faux pas in another. And so Pilk, you know, what is it? Well, milk is very rich and sweet. Pepsi just adds extra sweetness to it and actually thins it out to make it a little more, you know, to me, a little more palatable of a texture. I'm not a big fan of creamy textures. So it's just adding sweetness and like a bit of like a caramel undertone. It's destined to taste good. And again, there's a precedent for such a thing. It's called a root beer float. Like, it's not this completely out of nowhere thing. Anyway, we got the healing heart. That's what we get here, is the healing heart. Because we don't need the quick heart. We do need some orbs, though, so I am going to continue to fight these fools. And, you know, I do want the cutlasser back. Because I'm starting to feel the, whoops! I don't know why that happens. You just get too close to that door and it just steals you. Yeah, I'm starting to feel the lack of damage on the Claymore. You can see how much shorter these are. See, this was just opened for her. The way the weapons function in this, where they basically just change your range and speed, you know, they change very supplemental things rather than... I always think that there's a secret room there, but I guess not. Rather than changing your move setup, kind of does remind me of, like, Soul Calibur, Soul Edge, Soul Blade, the Soul, etc. fighting game series. Feels a little like that. Talking about food in that way, an hour away from people that would shank me for my pizza takes. I don't live an hour away from New York. I live several hours away. I live like 5 hours away. It depends. 4 or 5 hours away from New York. It takes a while. It takes a while to get there from where I am. You're probably closer to New York than I am, viewer at home. Statistically speaking. Try faster. Again, I'm much closer to Philly. I am much, much closer. I can look out the window and see Philly. You wouldn't call someone from Philadelphia a New Yorker. Why are you... Anyway, it's Joka Glum again. She's the same. We gotta wait for her to stop her poison. Why is her poison up for so long? Maybe we do have to destroy this tendril. There we go. Oh yeah, let's do that move. That uses up like pretty much all your DT, but it does a lot of damage. Why is there an area in Philly called King of Prussia? You know, I couldn't answer that. I've always been curious about that too. There's I don't know if the mall is still there, but like we would always get ads for things taking place at the King of Prussia Mall, and I'm like, why is it called that? That's a different place. I am closer to New York than Corin is to Canada currently. That's because Corin's in Japan. He's not here. He doesn't get to be here and say things that I question if are falsehoods. And then, you know, whether or not they're true doesn't matter. What matters is that I ruminate on them for 45 minutes and can't talk about the video game. And then he succeeds in his plan. And, you know, I don't want to completely ignore him because that's weird. That's rude, rather. You know, he's a very unique type of friend is what I would describe Corin as. But, you know, hey, we actually get to talk about the video game when he's not here. Oh, man. I jest. I say it all in good humor. Winnie the Pooh is not British Liquid Snake, and I still don't... Liquid Snake is already British. We don't need to pick up the slack for Corin and say incorrect things that are going to make me crash out. We don't need to do that. We really don't need to do that. Whoops. What we need to do is save data. So Lucia goes into a different door here. She doesn't go into the door that had the shotgun and the motorcycle. But she does end up in Mission 4, dodge flame tubes and navigate through the cracked city streets, so that when the time comes, your path will be shown. When the time what? Is Devil May Cry closer to Biohazard? Or Biofreaks? I mean, Biohazard. Definitely. I don't want to talk about Biofreaks, though. I don't want to talk about pathetic Western attempts at fighting games. I want to talk about Blue Orb Fragment. And Infestant. Or maybe Infest Ant. Because they are very bug-like. These are the things that take over the helicopters and tanks. And only Lucia fights them. So again, Lucia has some exclusive content. Also seems a lot easier to raise your style as Lucia than it does as Dante, I'm noticing. You don't like that Blue Orb Fragment? You missed it one time and felt horrible? Well, see, that's the problem. You just need to be worse at platforming like I am. Then you don't even worry. You're like, oh, I missed it. That's fine. I expect to miss. I expect failure, so success is very sweet. It's a very sweet nectar. Oh, that's very self-deprecating. I don't live my life like that. That is basically a Las Plagas. Yeah. So I guess that solidifies it for you that, yeah, it is closer to Biohazard. I like how Lucia's DT has the opposite eye exposed. Offense heart. We want that. Deal more damage. In this game, I'll take it. Oh yeah, let's take a look at our file here. So unfortunately, there's not a ton of information. But it says, Infestant, parasitic creature that has the ability to merge with demons and inanimate beings like machines. I wish there was a little more. Devil May Cry 1 went really in depth with these, but if you notice, I said that the Infestant is a Lucia-only enemy. As you might notice, Tartarasian is also a Lucia-only enemy. And we don't carry over all of the enemies that Dante fought, right? Like, this was much more filled out with Dante. So how do you fill out all the squares? Well, that's in Bloody Palace. In Bloody Palace, Dante and Lucia can fight each other's bosses and enemies. And it's pretty cool, actually. There's some legitimately really interesting things that Bloody Palace and the Secret Rooms do. Hey, look. Were you wondering how Donkey Kong got here with Dante? Well, he was here with Lucia. So you notice how he keeps stopping as I'm hitting him. That's the effect of the Frost Heart. That is the sort of built-in hit stop I was talking about, which makes the Frost Heart kind of the best one? At the very least, it makes it the most satisfying. Because its ability to stun enemies means stuff like how... you know, as demonstrated right there, I was mashing that dodge button. But nothing was happening. So, like, the shortcomings of the dodge can be circumvented with the Frost Heart. Also, who doesn't love ice powers? Ice powers are cool. You know, I have this water now, and I've consumed much of it. I find that I must do a little tinkle. Here, we'll put Lucia here for a moment and enjoy the ambiance of this urban environment, which again I do really like. I like the PS2. I love PS2 cities. There's just like a nice crispness to them. Lucia hover kicking in the air while tossing a dozen knives and dropping half a dozen grenades is sure is a character of all time positive. Yeah, no, I do really like her moveset, and you made reference to it. Yeah, we will get that weapon soon, and that is my favorite weapon for her. I think it's really good. And, some people do not like it. I think it's awesome. I think it's really, really, really good. Oh, look! Infested tank, my beloved! Not really, I don't love these things. But it's a boss fight for her. It's got the big health bar. Now, I don't remember if this is any stronger. I'm gonna hazard a guess and say it's not. Maybe a little bit, actually. It might have some beefed up defense. This is Raven's territory, after all. You know, we've got the... Is this an M1 tank? I don't really know tanks very well. It looks M1-ish. And considering the helicopter is like Apache derivative, I wouldn't be surprised if it was M1-ish. Speaking of helicopters, Ouroboros. And that's that mission, apparently. By the way, hey, Lucia has less missions than Dante. They're also a lot shorter. The disc of the game with the actual story. That's correct. That is correct. Offense Heart doesn't do anything at all. Its power-up was also given to the Quick Heart? Really? Oh, that's only for the original PS2 version. Ah! So the HD collection is a bit of a patched version. That's fascinating. I know there is an infinite DT code for this game, for the HD collection version, that only works in... Now, I don't know how this works on Steam, but I know on the PlayStation 3 and PlayStation 4, you have to set your console language to a European language, like French, for it to work. For the Infinite DT code. I don't know how that is for this. Everything is so baffling about this game, even knowing the development hell it went through. Yeah, again, a lot of people say this game is boring. It's not the most exciting to play, but I think it's a fascinating game to talk about. And I don't think it plays particularly poorly. Huh? So I think this is much like the Dante version. I think these will just keep respawning. Which is a nice way to get orbs. Oh yeah, if I can get a couple of these guys here, I haven't shown off. There we go. She does have a twosome time of her own. Again, twosome time is a little... It took them a while to get the input right. There it is. I think it works best in 4. It's okay in 5. It's not bad in 5, but I think you know, it could be better. Using DT in the air cancels your actions. You don't... Huh, I guess so, huh? Reminds me of shield canceling in Sonic Unleashed. It's very funny how a lot of people don't like the Werehog combat. I actually quite like it, and a lot of that has to do with the shield canceling, just adding so much more depth and honestly being like really easy. Lucia just goes there. By the way, let's take a look at what the hint is for this. Do you see it? It's on screen right now. That square is glowing green instead of red. That's how you're supposed to know. You love the Werehog combat? Yeah. It's good. It's good. It's genuinely good. Having done 4 or so runs, certainly at the very least interesting to talk about. Yeah, probably the only other person who's done multiple playthroughs of this game. Yeah, there was the joke that by me streaming this, I've created the only footage of Lucia in DMC2 on the internet. Also, this door is just too small. Like, that's just too small for the type of door it is. Yeah, Werehog Combat wouldn't get as bad of a reputation if it didn't have the same... So that's the thing. It doesn't have the same battle theme. There are many... There is a battle theme for each stage that uses the Werehog leitmotif mixed in with elements of the regular stage music. The problem is they all start with the same leitmotif, and the fights are very short, so you don't actually ever get to appreciate what the music does that's interesting. It just sounds like the same every single time, and yeah, I think they should have gone with a different genre, if I'm being honest. Yeah, there's a lot of different battle music variations. Oh, right, hey. It's just they all start exactly the same. Here we go. Here we go. No, Lucia? Lucia, do you not see it? Lucia, there we go. Cranky Bomb, my beloved. Compact bombs that can either be set or thrown. So here's what happens. People do that, and they go, oh, this sucks. Well, what you don't know is, for one, you can drop them. Okay. You can also throw them pretty far, and they bounce. And you can do an overhanded throw, which I'll demonstrate. Oh, are they both underhanded visually? Hold on, let's see. I thought it was an overhand and an underhand. Anyway, the point is that these explode on contact with enemies. So it's going to be hard to do against them. So I won't. We'll wait until we get to another enemy. But the cranky bombs are actually really good. Oh! I don't think I even knew you could get up here. This, by the way, I forget what it's called. I don't think it's just called a wind tunnel. But this is a real type of structure that's used to test the aerodynamics of airplanes. This is not just a weird bullshit room. This is a real thing that exists. Judging by the copious amounts of Ouroboros logos on this, I guess this is like a special model of plane constructed here. It's very retro, however. So I don't know. I don't know what the lore is. Maybe this is like an old model they got and they wanted to test out the flight capabilities of. It's still a weird bullshit room, but it is yes, there is a basis in reality. Alright, so most people just button through that like I did. But if you were careful there, you might have noticed it said that the power has returned to all doors. So, if you've played this as Dante, you'd go in here, and you'd be like, oh, it's not moving. Why is it not moving? What do I do? And you get lost. Reality is stranger than fiction. I feel like there's a lot of real-world architecture, like even things like this that are very for a purpose, very like utilitarian, you know? That like most people just don't know about. Like there's a lot of weird buildings for one very specific purpose that you're like, what the hell is that? And then you see it and you're like, oh. Oh. I didn't know that. How long? Hundreds of years, you say? Anyway. The power has been supplied to all doors. Is our only clue for moving forwards. And what that means is now we can go through here. No visual cue. You have to remember that. You have to remember this from the Dante playthrough. Oh no. We're getting hit by a return of the guiding light from DMC1. It's the evil heart, a demon stone that will absorb the possessor's power. Yeah, it's the guiding light. It drains our health. It sounds really cool. It's like, oh, is this like a thing we can equip to our amulet? No. Oh, don't I have to make these guys perish? I think so. I think there's an enemy door at the end here. If you look, our health is draining very slowly. So slowly that it really doesn't matter. Oh no! I guess it was just open. Okay, I did that for no reason. No. Lucia. Alright. Let's go get that. She's got a special run animation, too. She does a Sonic CD peel-out run with her arms back. Let's power ourselves up here. Yeah, Lucia's DT, I love it. It's such a good design. It's just... It's the best. It's very graceful, it's very beautiful, like... But it's still a little weird. It just looks cool. Flameheart. Oh yeah, if you look, her weapons become orange now, because they're all flamed on. But again, I massively prefer the Frost Heart. See, now they're all frosty. Oh, I guess that does give orbs in the center. Oh, we're getting quite a collection of orbs now. That's good. It's good because I want to start upgrading. No? Okay. Just kind of got off track there. That's fine. I want to start upgrading some stuff. Specifically the Cranky Bomb, which I still haven't gotten a good opportunity to use yet. No lava here. There's this stuff going on over here still. I don't know what's up with that. You know, someone should really extract these models and take a better look at them. Because, like, what is that? Right, we're losing health. I think I just use it here. Yep. You've inlaid the evil heart in the hollow. Yeah, I've said it a whole bunch. I really do want Lucia to return in some form. I think her design is really good. Her DT design is really good. Her moves are really unique. She has a lot to offer. Electro Heart. So we got both of her additional elements in the same level, like minutes away from each other. That's weird. That's weird. I'm still gonna go for the Frost Heart. I much, much prefer it. Just for its ability to stun enemies. Look, it's this room! Which, again, I imagine is meant to be truncated. Nope. There we go. Love that move. Oh no, I'm getting a little slapped around though. There we go. Look at that. It's really good. So the problem is, again, most people will just press square and see the little breadcrumb of bombs and go, oh, that's awful. They won't know that you can drop them? Now, they didn't hit them there. Oh, still ended up getting them. And you can throw and ricochet them. And again, if they hit an enemy, they explode on contact. So, yeah. Cranky Bomb's really good. Again, having a bomb of some sort, I feel, is also very, very ninja-like. Usually when you'll see ninja in things, you know, they won't often use, like, a gun of any kind, but they might use some type of explosive. Usually a smoke bomb for a quick getaway, or the occasional actual explosive. The combo of demons and machinery is so good, and DMC4 barely, really superficially scratches that itch. Yeah, there's only a couple rooms where they get into it. Like, again, Agnes is really fascinating. We'll talk more about him and what he does when we get to DMC4. But I like the idea of that. I genuinely like the idea of that. And again, Arius is sort of like a prototype of that concept. You know, he is a human, but he deals with, you know, in the demonic arts to expand his worldly influence and possessions. Here's the secret room for her. It's on the other side. Here's our ancestral ninja weapon. It's a P90. Solid as Snake be like. Yeah, so I'm going to use these a bunch here just because they're so funny. They're just such a funny weapon. Yep. I'm getting Ryguard. We're just gonna... One of those will hit. There we go. Oh, Blorb Fragment. Nice. There it is. Whole Blorb. We really needed a pre-render for this. It's probably just for loading reasons. It's just funny because, you know, we do physically see that. It's right here. Maybe it wasn't for loading reasons, because it's in the same scene. That's weird. Mean muggin. The whole demon-human hybrids having to clean up after dumb humans being like, I can science my way to godhood through demons is a strong angle. Yeah, it's a neat... You could make a whole series based on that concept alone. Which, like, arguably, it's not the strongest theme in this game, but, like, it's there. It's not the best level to do this in, but I am going to do it anyway. You know I had to do it to him. We're going to get Blorb, and we're going to get Plorb. The Infinite DT cheat works on this still, but there's a different method to activate it. Interesting. Very interesting.
Well, it appears that the defect is back.
Rude.
Defect?
You are my creation.
Liar!
What?
Mathieu is my mother.
She merely found you, about to be disposed of, and then raised you as a soldier. Is that what you consider to be a mother?
No! I don't believe you.
Me when Corin says reboot was a big deal and everyone in Canada was talking about it at the water cooler. I don't believe you.
Proof that you're a mannequin. Kai.
X. Chi. Pronounced Kai. Sure.
Now, give me the Arcanas. With them, my...
Yeah, so Lucia actually has, like, some story. She has some agency here.
The immortal.
She's, I guess, like a homunculus?
Achieve absolute
He uses the term mannequin, but I feel like homunculus is probably more accurate.
The world is all
So she's not exactly like Trish, because instead she was created by a human,
original form.
and, you know, basically lived
Your upbringing and turn on
her natural lifespan up to this point, you know, believing, you know, she was good and fighting for good, and now, oh no, my identity crisis, my sad girl arc. I think that's interesting. I genuinely think it makes her a pretty compelling character. Whoop. Again, you know, does this game have the best storytelling and acting ever? No, but it's a very neat idea. It's a very cool concept. Why does he dress them as clowns? I mean, they're a little more jester-like, aren't they? Is this more of the Jestusi propaganda? Using the term mannequin does, yes, fit more with how he presents himself. That is true. I just think it's kind of like a strange term. Like, he's very clearly being a very cunty man, as he tends to be. But, you know, it's not like, it really makes sense in any, like, mythological sense or anything like that. And usually, I say as we're fighting golems, usually Devil May Cry does like to throw around names of creatures that are relatively similar. No, just kind of, there we go. What? Is that, am I thinking of Monster Rancher that says Golem? What game is that? Oh no, it's the moth again. Well, I guess I should equip the, Flame Heart for this. Okay, let's see if I can... No. Can you do the big move, Lucia? There we go. There we go. No. It's fine. We'll get more DT fighting these things. Yeah, it lowered me after I DT'd. It was a little mean. It like created an artificial ceiling, and I was hitting X to raise, but it just wasn't letting me do it. Oh, that's fine. That'll give me a little more DT. Yeah, we keep hitting a ceiling. And I know the idea is you're supposed to wait until he lowers a bit, but I just had to test it again because it's like very mean. Again, it is hilarious how much more DT you get by using your sword. Like, look at that. No. Okay, that's fine. We'll just do that again. Like, I definitely agree with the notion that this game is very easy, but not through firing your gun. See, yeah, you're supposed to wait until it does that. The problem is, again, just the encounter design being not great. Means that, it's off-screen most of the time, and, you know, the stars aligning to you having DT, and, the moth coming down to set out its little larvae. Look at that. Look how much DT you get just from hitting that. That's hilarious. Okay, let's see now, since I've defeated one. No. You know what? Come on. Do. Oh. Well, that's fine. There we go. No problem. Easy peasy. Normal's pretty easy, hard's fine outside of a couple points. I don't even think Dante Must Die is very difficult in this, if I'm being honest. Granted, I use the third character for that most of the time. But then again, I mean, I really, the only Devil May Cry game I would say is hard is 3. You know, even on normal, I feel like it's more difficult than, there's a couple on a new game normal, 3. I mean, let's be real, when I get to that, I'll probably die on Cerberus. Like, as much as I clearly know these games, as much as I have experience with them, there's a good chance, it's been a while since I've done new game, I might die on Cerberus. Just because it's legitimately a difficult game. And then 4, I think, is hard towards the end because a couple of the bosses don't really display what you're meant to do very well. Oh no, again, her sad girl arc.
I have to go.
And it makes sense. She's lived her whole life as a human, and now it's being presented to her that she's a demon. She might be susceptible to control. She might, you know, her whole life fought against demons. She's seeing demons do this now. You know, she's got reason for concern. Blorb fragment. Oh, look, we got leet orbs. Oh, man. Okay, so we got water here. And that means we got underwater combat. Oh, look at our slow sword moves. Oh, no. We can use the cranky bomb. And there's another weapon we can get that I don't remember where it is. I think it's like over here or something. And, you know, maybe it's not over here. Erupt gel. That's what I do every time I... Anyway. So the underwater in this game, it's not great. It's not great. I couldn't tell you if I like it more or less than DMC1's. I like that it's not in first person. I think it's always jarring when a game just is third person and shifts to... I don't like that. Holy and filthy at the same time. Sounds sexy. Some mysteries should be extinguished. You know, I like that it remains being in third person. It's also relatively short. We got a whole blue orb. That's pretty nice. But I don't know. Man, this setup reminds me of Aquatic Mine. Boss baby moment. This stage legitimately, though, like, this part reminds me of Aquatic Mine, and there's a sequence a little later that reminds me of Death Chamber's underwater sequence. Oh yeah, here's a nice area because we can get a good look at Lucia. She's very beautiful. We can't get a look at her DT, but, yeah, this is good if you want to look at some of her animations. You know, granted, you gotta deal with the walls. So, might be a little clipping, but you can get a good view of everything. What's really cool to me, at least, kaboom, is she's kind of cel-shaded. The characters are kind of cel-shaded in gameplay. You might have seen it before, but it's definitely apparent now. And here's the thing. This looks really good. Like, actually, I think you could have a game come out nowadays with character models that looked like this, like in the cutscenes and everything. People would be fine. Like, I think this looks good. The textured cell shading. You know, there's like regular textures on her, but the cell shading look like... It looks nice. It legitimately looks nice. Oh, we just get this for free? You can see that the cell shading's not in the cutscenes. I think the game would look a little more... It wouldn't fit with the Devil May Cry aesthetic. But I think overall, like, if it had that in the cutscenes, people would remember this as one of the best-looking PS2 games. Because people love cell shading. I'm not immune to that either. Anyway, Aqua Heart, a magic stone with the heart of a swimming demon fish. Okay. What? What made that noise? What made that stock pot breaking sound? Straight out of Sonic Unleashed. What was that? Oh, I guess it was those pots over there breaking with... Yeah, hold on. Yeah. It was just... I don't know why it was so loud. Oh, look, they're using orbs to guide the player. Clearly, I want to get down there, but there's a current. Uh-oh. Gotta go up here. This is very like Tomb Raider 2. Oh, man, that underwater level in Tomb Raider 2, where it's like a boat that, like, sinks or whatever. Oh, that used to give me panic attacks. I gotta play Tomb Raider at some point. Again, like, I played Tomb Raider... played a little bit of Tomb Raider 1, but a lot of 2 and 3 back in the day. So here's the part that reminds me of... Nope. Of Knuckles' Death Chamber underwater sequence. It's just a very similar room with a different yet equally annoying puzzle. And again, this becomes way more of a concern if you aren't aware of the lock off button. I hate you. I hate you. No? There we go. It's not that difficult. It's just, again, if you don't know about the lock-off button, it's a bit of an ask. It's a bit of an ask. Translucent magic platforms, my beloved. Haven't gotten enough of you. I mean, I guess I can just hit it normal. That's a little better. No, I just don't like how she... just repositions herself there. Do you think they reused her DT special move for the Artemis Acid Rain attack? It is very similar. So, since we're here and you're mentioning DMC3 content, the third playable character, who we've actually seen on screen, when I went to load a file that I forgot that I played this before, you saw the character select, you saw who it was. When you pick that character for Lucia's disc, they will do the underwater sequence. It's Trish, by the way. Third playable character is Trish. Trish does the underwater sequence, and her melee attack underwater ends up getting reused in DMC3 for Navon's air style move. Anyway, bowgun, a bowgun created only for usage underwater. It's basically the needle gun from DMC1. So Trish also has a different weapon underwater as well. But yeah, her, Trish's equivalent of this, really slow slash, is an animation that gets reused in DMC3. All of Trish's other animations are reused from DMC1 for the most part. So I wonder if at some point, I wonder if someone really dug deep in DMC1's data if there is an aerial rave animation in it, because I wouldn't be surprised. Nice design for such a useless weapon. It is kind of cool. It's got, like, a weird, ugly face in the middle and, like, double crossbow action. It's pretty neat. I do like it. Oh, no! This thing is adorable. Maybe I'm just biased because I like fish. But look at this little guy. He's so cute. Tateobesu. What does that mean? I don't know. Kind of is like an angler fish. So luckily we can DT. When the fish is stealthed, you can't lock on. You can still hit it, but you can't lock on. Basically, it's another build DT sort of fight. You can also just sort of get vaguely above it and just keep dropping these and hope for the best. See? Works pretty well, actually. Works really well, actually. It's kind of... How embarrassing for him. Can he even get me if I do it like this? Again, stealth, but doesn't matter. That's a boss encounter. Nice pool. Would be a shame if someone dropped 4 dozen mines in it. Yeah, pretty much. Real fish are weak to the same thing? I guess that's true. You know, I mean, I've played a couple games where I've done some good old-fashioned grenade fishing. It's a tried and true Chunionika family technique passed down through the ages. This game is genuinely really fascinating. I don't get the idea that... I mean, I understand where it comes from. It comes from fundamentally not learning how the game is actually played. So I get where people think it is boring. I think it's goddamn charmingly hilarious is what I think it is. Defeat the prisoner, the abyss, the hunter, and the mysterious... Okay, whatever. Hey, look, blades from DMC1. Underwater, like DMC1. That's cool. We don't have to interact with them. Now, I am skipping some water fights here because, again, the underwater combat's not really interesting. It's not difficult. It's not engaging. Here's something stupid. This is a puzzle, but there's a bit of an issue here. Okay, it doesn't activate. It doesn't activate. Now, I know it's a puzzle because I know it's a puzzle. You have to get up to it and press the circle button to inspect. There's no hint. There's no clue. There's no nothing. Just, you have to have the curiosity to do that. Anyway, reflect my power. It's this again. It's a little harder because Lucia's first attack is so awkward. How does it work? It's very strange. No? I always forget which attack is the best. It might just be her regular slash. Maybe I need to start way back. No? It's kind of embarrassing. Remember what I've been praising Lucia for? These unique animations. Well, now they're kind of coming to bite me in the ass. Because it's just awkward to time these. There we go. What makes it so awkward is... I'll have to show this when I get on dry land here. Oh no, erupt gel. Erupt your gel, my dude. Yeah, we're not fighting them. Oh, is that not where I was being directed? Ugh! Camera? I like that it's a jellyfish. I like sea creatures. I say it's a squid. Anyway, the problem is that You might notice she does 2 grunts when she does her first attack. That's 1 button press. And you notice the first attack doesn't stay out for very long. It's not active for a long time. And it just has like an awkward angle. It's just a weird... And normally that's not an issue. Normally that's not a problem in this game. But that's the one place where it's a problem. And it's just like, it's not awful, it's not impossible, it just... If it's been a little bit since you've done it, you know. Claymore might have helped because it does come out faster. That is true. Again, we're just getting past those, going through these aquatic mine holes. I guess we showed that fish an aquatic mine of a different type, huh? Hey, look, it's this sort of room. See, now this is glowy, right? This says, "Ooh, you want to inspect me so bad." And I go, okay, light a blue flame, and the way will be opened. That's fine. It's fine for it to be a glowy thing to inspect. Oh, wow, that destroyed that quickly. Yep. One more. There we go. Whoa, look at that! I love it. I love a good water cube. Just one of those very video game things. Like, let's make a mesh and put an animated water texture over it. Like, hell yeah, man. Whoops! I did the entire platforming sequence perfectly until the very end, because of course I did. There we go. Ah! I remember this, too. If I really remember how this works. Oh, or do I not remember how this works, actually? Hold on. Ah, yeah. So this is essentially the same puzzle that Dante had. By the way, I'm poisoned. Don't worry about it. So, this is another one of those... Destroy these things, I believe, is what I'm meant to do. It's... I think I'm supposed to destroy them. Yep. Which means I'm probably not going to do this right now because these are stupid. Oh, unless I am. Ah, yeah. It's the same joke. So here's the thing. I'm pretty sure having your weapons upgraded makes this infinitely faster. Yeah, so it's probably a thing where it's physically possible, but it's better to have a stronger, fully upgraded weapon. Or use Trish. So we'll do that. We'll do that later. Would I drink a water cube? Absolutely. Absolutely. Did you see how refreshing that looked? I would absolutely drink that water cube. Hey, we know you. We know Plutonian. My beloved? Let's go back to our Frost Heart. Let's go back to our Aerial Heart as well. I don't think we have any more underwater sequences. So much like before, yeah. Just smack him. But because we have the Frost Heart... Whoops. He's a lot easier. Also, you can do this. You do a lot of that. But yeah, Frost Heart is just objectively the best, in my opinion. Just simply shrimply for how it actually stuns enemies. Come back with an upgraded weapon or Trish. I'm gonna pick the weapon. Well, we'll talk. I'll do a Trish playthrough. Trish is my favorite character in this. She's really overpowered. She's really overpowered. Anyway, we did it! Oh, hey, Dante. Keeps landing like that. He keeps doing the Iron Man land. We should really call it the Dante land.
Yes.
Trish is my favorite moveset in the game. I mean,
Whatever.
But
listen.
actually,
She's my favorite player
what is it
character.
with this power? Bring
So look, now we have some context as to why she's all sad girl here. Because she's like, oh no, I'm a demon. I mean,
something that I need to
that kind of gets spoiled in Dante's playthrough at the end anyway. But, you know, we get more insight. BBDDS. Sure. Mission 9. To prove its own identity, the Protector points a blade toward the decayed king. What am I dealing with here? Look how cheap upgrading the bowgun is. That is a pretty cool design. It's like a lady and an angel and a face and a literal cross bow. It's neat. We're not gonna do that yet, though. Hey, look! This is how she ended up here.
You show promise, but did you really think you could deceive me? Have you come back to me, Kai?
I'm Lucia. Don't call me Kai.
Then why did you come here? Let me guess. You seek my death.
And yeah, you're kind of the bad guy. Alright, here he goes. It's this fight again. Again, it's a pretty cool fight. It could be better, but like again, his animations are cool. The things he does, they're neat. This has the same issue that every fight like this has, where they didn't have the confidence that it was enough of a challenge, so they make, you know, they put a bunch of just regular enemies in the fight. Don't do that. It just makes it worse. If they're too easy, like, just give them more health and make them do more damage or something. You know? But like this crap, like I'm just not gonna fight them, bro. You know, they're just gonna occasionally get a pot shot on me. Turn into a Ninja Gaiden fight. Oh. Yeah, kind of, huh? Easy. Easy.
You lose, Kai.
No, I beat you really easily. Oh. I guess he won. He got me with that, that Goku attack that he did on Majin Vegeta.
Going to bring
And it's like, wait, when did Goku learn how to do something like that?
we live to see that.
That's just a piece of crap.
Oh, Arcana.
Why does he say, oh? Like he audibly says, oh, Arcana.
Crap like that doesn't interest me. But your swan song will.
Translator's note. Swan song doesn't mean Zesha. I already made that joke last time.
You cannot win. Someone is holding you back.
Anyway, we just skipped the Dante fight. So it's very funny. It looks like Dante just slashed at him once and they just fucked off.
Kill Arius.
Don't worry.
Couple idea. Play Dante and Lucia disc at the same time and sync up the missions and stories so it's in chronological order. Listen, if you can find a lady that wants to do that for you, that's wife material. That's marriage on site, brother. If you can have that, no issues in life will be too strong for the two of you. Yeah, we'll save. I mean, it's like a nothing mission, but we'll save. Next mission.
Why did you save me?
Hey, look, we're back here
I
already.
was created.
Lucia's story a little truncated, like I said.
Every hero has a weakness.
But the ritual was activated because of me.
There's still time.
We have until the sun is completely eclipsed. But how are you going to enter the building? The entrance is...
Where there's a will, right?
Hey, look!
Mother.
Extra scene.
Yes, it is true that we are not tied by blood. But our ties are bound by history and experience, which is much deeper than blood. Now go. Everything I know, I have passed on to you. You are my daughter.
I like that. That's nice. I genuinely like that. Lucy is a cool character.
Mother.
That said, Matier, how did you get here? She can still fight demons, can't she? 'Cause how did she get here? Four lights will open the sealed door, but also invite the creepy to play. Oh, well. Yeah, that sums me up pretty well. Gonna be weird when I start a Lucia playthrough and go, wait, I played this already again? So when I got back here, actually, when the first shot of this appeared, I remembered something. And that is, I don't know if I want to admit that. So when Takako was playing through this, she ended up getting stuck on this mission. And I was watching her play and I felt really bad. And I booted up DMC2 and I tried to get to this. I tried to get here as fast as possible so I could try and direct her to where the stupid little spheres were. And I didn't quite do it. I didn't quite do it in time. She ended up figuring it out, but I got pretty close. Anyway, swords for Lucia that have high striking power. I looked it up online. I was like, oh, is there a map of these? And like, yeah. But unfortunately, documentation for this game, it's okay. It's not great. It could be better. And I think I just ended up, I think I got to the mission right before this. We got big chunky swords now, though. And that's useful. But yeah, like I said, I don't like to give too much advice when someone plays something. Especially if it's a game I'm familiar with. And I felt kind of bad because, like, I told her, I was like, oh, you know, DMC2's not too bad, and then she didn't have a good time with it. And then when she was getting lost, I was like, oh shoot, I gotta try and get here to give some hints. And then I wasn't able to. But you know, I still think DMC2 is neat, even despite my failure on DMC2 support. Yeah, another sword that's just big slabs of metal and infinitely cooler because of it. You know, speaking of this mission taking a while, I don't really need to fight these idiots. The movement of the demon world is slowly intensifying. You need to release 3 more powers in order to reach the demon world. It's just vaguely familiar. So I think the difference is Lucia has one in here, maybe? No, but she's got an entire blue orb. My goodness. Ah. See, look, this is that green I was talking about that trans what? Transcends time and space? No. Contrasts is what I was going to say. 2 more powers to reach the demon world. The green that kind of contrasts with the purple that reminds me of the end of the world from Sonic 06. Gold orb. Right. I think the issue is there's one of them in a very stupid place over here. It's either like right over here or it's on top of that building. The tint in this area and the tanker when you're running away are very MGS2. Does that make sense? Whoops! I was reading your message and I didn't see that guy. Yeah, there's very similar... I think it's just the PlayStation 2-ness that like hazy PS2 fog color. There's an orb thing over there. I'm not going to get it. I think it has a very similar look. Just an overall like haze of color. Here it is. Every time I've streamed this game, this is the one mission I always get lost in. Yeah, at this point, I think it's something that happens when you play this game live in general. So, I got lost in Dante's playthrough. One more powers, by the way. One more power. Very funny. Oh, there's that there. I guess I do have to defeat these idiots. I got lost in the tower stage as Dante. I remembered I had to use a sacrilege and get to an elevator, but I forgot where the elevator was. What's this one? Is this the quick heart? It's not the chrono heart. The chrono hearts are more hidden, aren't they? It is the quick heart. Okay. Well, just to show you, she goes really fast now. But we're going to stick with the aerial heart. We're also going to turn that off, because, I mean, like, we want to preserve it. PS2 environments to get the Crayola watercolor stats out. Hey, those are some good Crayola watercolors, man. Here it is, and then this thing's over here instead of floating. Yeah, this game does have some... It's funny, because I think the environments look nice for the most part. Demon Pulse has been released. You'll be able to reach the demon world. Hell yeah. I think the game looks nice for the most part. Environmentally, we're just skipping them also. But I feel like conveying information in just general game design is not the strong suit of Devil May Cry 2, my beloved. Again, you could I keep saying it, but you could do much worse on the PlayStation 2 in terms of overall feel and responsiveness and information being conveyed. Like, make no mistake, this game is still much better than most PS2 action games. It's just not better than Devil May Cry 1 or 3. Anyway, Phantom's back. Lucia never fought him before, so he's just kind of here. See, I think DMC 3 and 4 are actually, like, they're a lot better than this in terms of getting lost. There's a couple places that are a little, you know, but I don't think it's anywhere near as bad as this is. They at least will give you clues in the form of key items. And if you inspect things, you'll usually get, like, information. Yeah, they're easy to get lost in, but they're like an adventure game in the sense that, like, if you inspect stuff, you'll eventually puzzle it out, you know? Oh, I get it. Steal thy soul, it said. I guess I need to get the soul of steel and go over and do, you know? Whereas this is just like, there's no information. There's no real key items to speak of. There's no real signposting. There's not even orbs to point you in the right direction. Yeah, and the DMC3 turning the tower, it's just every time you see it, spin it. If you see it, spin it. We did it! We defeated the Phantom! What strength! Yeah, I made that joke last time. Okay, before we move on to the next mission, Gonna use the bathroom real quick. Real quick. Don't go anywhere. Okay. Oh yeah, blind playthrough. I mean, blind playthroughs of these games, part of why I like watching people play them is because it's fascinating. You know, because I know these games fairly well. I know some better than others. I guess it's accurate to say I know all these games very well, but some parts I tend to forget. It's very fascinating seeing someone, even Devil May Cry 1, how easy it is to get lost in that game if you don't just know it. And it makes sense because, again, there's not really extremely obvious solutions or signposting or anything like that. You just kind of puzzle it out. And so it's very interesting watching newcomers, you know, realize things like, oh, the guiding light, I use it here. Oh, this is what it wants me to do, you know? They swarm like clouds and desperately seek the Protector's blood. I hope it isn't Chris's blood. Zam back. Yep. Yeah, I want to do that. Also, yeah, you don't get like a ton of orbs in this game. Like, stuff's real expensive. Oh yeah, by the way, Smell of Fear. This will allow you to avoid enemy attacks up to 3 times. This is a weird item. This is a weird item. It basically allows you, yeah, to just... It's like a worse version of Untouchable from DMC1. Also, Holy Star? What is that? Purify your body? I think it cures the poison that happens, which is why they're so cheap and you can buy 99 of them. Yeah. Weird stuff in this game. Putting the Dante in the Metroidvania. That's definitely DMC1, yeah. Or, you know, again, it's very Resident Evil. Like that RE1 mansion, you know? Like, what a mansion, huh? You know, man, that was... I hope it's not Chris's blood, and then what a mansion. Like, not even really intentionally to put those two together. It just sort of happened. In very, very close proximity. Anyway. Yeah, like, you know, or like the RPD, like, when you know them, but your first time through, it's like, how the fuck am I supposed to understand any of this shit? There's so many things that look like they have, you know, there's so many obvious keyholes and riddles and puzzles. This game, though, because it is more obviously mission structured, it kind of, oh yeah, I guess I should try to knock enemies into this. Oh, look, he bounced off. I don't remember how I'm supposed to... Like, what... attack I meant to use to do this. I think it becomes more translucent. Yeah, I might have to wait to do that until the future. Maybe. Maybe it's that. Let's see. Can I goad you goats over here? Okay, that does some insane knockback, actually. Problem is, how the hell, you know, do you... Oh, wait, hey, is this the Chrono Heart? Ugh. You can see it's become a little more translucent. There we go. Look, 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 we're doing it. And that's fine. Since I have wasted time, the enemies will respawn. Oh, almost, almost. What do we get? What's our prize? Is it the Chrono Heart? I hope it's the Chrono Heart. It's the only heart left. And it's really funny. It's the Chrono Heart. A magic stone with the heart of an old god who lived for eternity. So this... Yeah. Yeah. Quicksilver, my beloved. Or Bangle of Time, my beloved. Good morning, Chrono. So this thing's really cool. It's really rad. I actually like that it's a weird puzzle to get it. I genuinely really like that it's a weird puzzle to get it. It's a time stop. It's actually way more of a time slow. You have to be DT to use it, and when you connect with an enemy, it'll slow time for a certain amount of time. It's very disorienting because it, you know, you sort of get flashbanged by the inversion there. I am gonna have to use... No. Use projectiles on these guys. Just because it's easier to hit them. They're legitimate, like, flying enemies, you know? I think I've proven that I'm not projectile spamming in this game, because it's not very good, even if I'm not even really compelled to do it, because it's not that good, but against these guys, you know. And she really slides across the floor when they knock her back. Oh man, this is overpowered as all hell. Are you ready? Reference it won't make sense until the next game. Showtime. I immediately got hit. So much for Showtime. This game's really cool, actually. Like, I kind of had an idea of what I wanted to do and what I wanted to talk about. But that's the thing, when I actually play this game, I really don't have many complaints other than, yeah, DMC1 is better in a lot of ways. Yeah, DMC3 is better in every way. I don't really, in the moment though, as I'm hitting buttons. And if you remember, I played through Metal Gear Solid 2 a few months back, and his ass would not shut up about how abysmal the pacing is when you watch all of the cutscenes. And it really, like, makes it so when I don't really like doing a full story playthrough of MGS2 because the pacing is really bad, and I don't think the story that is there is compelling enough to make me want to do all the story every time. This game's fine. This game's fine. It's got a lot of interesting stuff, actually. Mission 12, the Protector scales the skyscraper, believing its own reason for existence. Basically, we understand our purpose. We have to do this mission again, though. But we're close to the end. And we got our time stop. I'm struggling to think, like, what would have made this game better overall. And I don't know, maybe if the story was a little more clear. Because I really don't think the gameplay is that bad. Again, there's a lot of issues with encounter design. But people happily play games that are worse than this. You know? Granted, again, I like Deadly Premonition, Shadow the Hedgehog. I like a lot of questionable games that are questionable for their own reasons. I don't know, though. It's really hard for me to... And part of it is because I understand how to play the game, and I've understood how to play the game for a long time. I never had a point when I played this and just spammed the guns the whole time because I played a lot of Devil May Cry 1, so I knew what I was meant to do. I don't know. It's fine. You really could do a lot worse than this. On the PS2 or just in general. It happened again. The sound happened again. Why did that happen again? Two more glimpses of Arius, a glimpse at Matier's past, motorcycle, done. Yeah, that's probably all you would have needed. Just a little bit more, because, like, I can totally understand where this comes off as a bit generic. But even still, no submachine guns for Lucia, unfortunately. And I think we have... Yeah, we've got all of her amulet parts. And all of her weapons, so we're good. We don't have to really look around for secret stuff anymore. Oh no, a video game, yeah. Oh look, we don't even have to put the sacrilege in for this to happen. I guess Dante's out doing that, getting lost here. Now, of course, we don't fight Bulwark. That's Dante only. So we just fight some little creatures. I guess that's fine. It's funny that it's the monkeys, though. It's not anything more important. It's not anything more powerful. Just, I don't know, just fight some monkeys, I guess. The worst thing I really can say about this game is that I think overall Dante feels better in 1. But again, Lucia being an original character for this game gives her enough of an excuse to why she feels so different. And again, I think the flow of her animations and her moves and everything, her weird demon flip Dan kick over here, man, they really slow down. It's a time slow, not a time stop, but boy, that slows down way more than I thought it did. The sacrilege. Yeah, so I think this is just a truncated version of Dante's mission. You put the sacrilege with evil statue. 1 second, look at that horrible face. Game? Do you want to... There we go. Took a bit there. Yep, here's these idiots again. And let's just check that map. Okay. We're just skipping. We're just skipping all them. Because we got to do this. We kind of do it in reverse. These balls, by the way, if they touch you, I think you get transported to a single fight dimension. And then you have to start it over again. It might just transport you to the front of the room, but I think maybe it transports you to a fight dimension. You put the sacrilege with evil statue. See, now I remember. Oh, we don't even have to do this room. We're just absconded with immediately, huh? Okay. I was going to say, now I remember we do this fight and then we move forward, but I guess we don't. I guess we just move forward. I hate Trismagia again. I mean, I guess, yeah, it's okay, she's right. Forgot about that exchange. I also don't really remember exactly how this goes, as Lucia. I probably pretty much the exact same. Build DT. Yeah, only one head is vulnerable at a time. So you can switch between them. You just gotta watch if the health bar there is vibrating. Destroying these again builds your DT. Which very kindly he's doing twice in a row, thank you. So in the PS3 HD collection, there was a texture file that was glitched, which meant an attack just wouldn't come out. I can't remember if it was the fire head or the electric head, but one of their attacks, the texture was just bugged and it wouldn't come out. Could trick him into believing cranky bombs are really tasty and feed him a few. I mean, if only. I will say, the closest I would say this game comes to being boring, because boring is such a... It's too emotionally charged of a word. It's hard to quantify boring. I think, like, you know, unengaging is a little easier to quantify. Boring is way too subjective. Like, oh, this isn't really engaging is a lot easier to get behind. This boss is not very engaging. That's something that I can with confidence say. Trismagia, not a very engaging boss. I don't even, like... Why would I even worry about dodging that, you know? It did so little damage to me. And that's the thing. When you don't even have to dodge, when you're just doing a projectile over and over... I think boring is too strong of a word. But I can say that it's not a very engaging boss fight. Ironic to say as you're constantly moving and changing targets. Yeah, but like it's not very involved is the thing. Like there's a lot of actions I'm doing. I'm flipping around and throwing stuff and like changing targets with the pressing in the stick. But it's not mentally engaging. It's not engaging me mentally. Just because my hands can do the things and I can react doesn't mean it's like, you know, enticing or exciting or even rewarding in any way. Anyway, we did it. Now we just move on and remember to go through this door after you do that. Oh, and she gets the elevator afterwards. Okay. It's very game designer's first boss design. Yeah. Yeah. It is, because it is very game design-y. Which, as I've said before, the problem with a lot of modern game design is it's too designed. He is a very designed boss fight, yeah. Where he's got his very clear vulnerable phases, his attack phases. And I feel like that's very paint by the numbers, you know? It doesn't end up being a very engaging player experience. My health is hilariously low. Oh! And we just skip through there. Hey, look! It's this room again. We're back here. Which means it's time for this CG sequence. and the music there's nice. The CG's pretty good for the time. Actually, all of the pre-renders in this game, like the cover art and everything, it's really good, actually. Kind of absurd for its time. Do I want to do a more involved Trismagia fight? No, not really. Yeah, you're not wrong for saying that. You're not wrong.
You defeated Arius. There's just one thing left. Kill me. Kill me and everything will be over. I thought I was a descendant of the clan that protects Vie de Marly. The ones who have the blood of the devils. But the truth is, I was created by Arius. I could become a monster and attack the humans at any time. Now, kill me. It's your job to hunt devils.
Arius has a security system tripped by walking left. Is that better or worse than the cardboard box? I would say that's worse. At least the cardboard box is an external implement.
What? The ritual was incomplete. But the door to the demon world is... Wait. What are you doing?
My job is hunting devils.
Once you enter the demon world, you may never be able to return. I'll go. I'm expendable. You don't need to worry about me. I'm happy if I can die like a human.
So Dante actually pausing and not saying anything yet there, as he sort of takes in
But
Lucia's motivations and all that. Like, that's a nice character moment. Again, he's not awful in this game. It's just I don't think stoic fits Dante well. It does very much feel like, you know, he was thrust into this game.
hear about Sparta from Mathieu.
It's not all bad. It's really not all
Get the same
bad.
thing. Hold on to my coin, Lucia.
It's a part of Dante, just not all of Dante, yeah. Yeah, because Dante is very characterized by, like, he'll say something sincere. Oh, anyway, hey, fuck that. Check out this guy.
Arius?
It's Solidus Snake
It's
on top of
easy
Federal
to
Hall.
off myself.
But we've got two swords. Yeah, so this is Demon Arius. Dante didn't fight this at all. Can we even... Yeah, we can do that. Yeah, Dante didn't fight this at all, and this might be the best boss in the game because he does pro wrestling moves. So not only is he solid as Snake, he's also Senator Armstrong? Look at that! He rules, man! We can still time freeze him, though. So the Bangle of Time, which I didn't get in our DMC1 stream, I'll go back and get it at some point. Bangle of Time would slow... I believe it would actually freeze time to a complete stop, but was negated by bosses. Not the Chrono Heart, man. We just use that shit all day. See, he's got a whole host of pro wrestling moves, a bunch of projectiles. He's a cool design. He's a really fun fight. He's the most Devil May Cry fight in the game, and of course that means we don't get to fight him as Dante. Nero would be very cool in this fight. Oh yeah, absolutely. I like that they brought back a lot of ideas from 2, but there's still some more ideas left in this they could bring back and do again. Buster grabs against those tendrils would be pretty sick. Also, yeah, so this is the penultimate boss fight for Lucia. Much better than Argosax the Chaos, and I'm gonna say, might be better. I'm gonna say, for my money, it's better than the Despair Embodied. Now, granted, I'm just clowning all over him, because my Lucia is super overpowered at this point. But I mean, you can see kind of what he does, right? He does a lot of moves where he rushes at you. Now, that was a grab he did. He opened up his chest. He does sick body splashes, clotheslines, haymakers, different projectiles with his tendrils. The biggest thing, though, is he actually feels like a Devil May Cry boss. But anyway, we beat him.
You are not human. You are just a monster
I do not like his voice.
that I created.
Dante told me. Devils never cry.
Yeah, look! That's cool. I understand. Every time I play this game, I understand more and more my affection for it. Again, I don't think it's better than any of the other... Devil May Cries. Look at that shot. His face kind of looked like the moon from Majora's Mask. So here's what's not that great, is Arius Argosax. It's definitely way more of just like a spectacle fight. It's a victory lap. It's fine. But yeah, I don't particularly think this is better than any of the other Devil May Cries. But Devil May Cry is such a high bar. Like, this is a lot better. This is a lot less frustrating than most PS2 action games. It's a lot more responsive than most PS2 action games. It offers a lot more interesting content than most PS2 action games. The story's about as bizarre and poorly told as most PS2 action games, so it's about on par with that. But I have a genuine... Also, he's way smaller than he looks. That's what she said. It looks like a really big monster that's way far away because of the fog, but it's actually just kind of a medium-sized monster. It's very funny. But yeah, I don't know. I like this game. I think it's okay. I legitimately think you could do much worse. I think there's way less interesting, in every regard, games out there. If we're talking about PlayStation 2 sequels that were disappointing compared to their first game, I like this more than Metal Gear Solid 2 in terms of like playing it. In terms of spending, like, you know, a couple hours playing it, I think this is a more fun game than that. Take that how you will. I think the unlockables and stuff are better, you know?
You must not worry, my
Granny!
I am sure that he will return.
He will!
Everything is just as it was with Sparta.
The Savior is coming. Yeah, it's a better final boss fight than in 4. That's definitely true. Oh, look at that.
Igo.
That's why Heads was always what he really wanted to do, because he's a nice boy.
It tricked me. That much.
Oh, Dante. So that's the coin thing. I think it's kind of neat. It's neat. Now we get the credits. Now we get the credits because we beat the games. That's Devil May Cry 2. We're not done with it yet. We will be doing playthroughs on higher difficulties, and we'll be looking at the artwork and stuff. But yeah, I mean, right, you were here for the stream. And if you watch this as a VOD when I upload it to YouTube, if you watch it through all the way, thank you very much. I appreciate it. You know, you saw it. I think it's fine. But this certainly makes it look cool. Look at all the action happening here. It's hard for me to... I can't in any good conscience call this game bad. And I can't even call it boring. A lot of the encounters are poorly designed and not very engaging if you play it wrong, and the game doesn't do anything to teach you or incentivize you how to play it right. Although I guess this video here is showing you how to play it right. But I think it's more interesting than it is uninteresting. I think the kind of rough sketch nature of a lot of the concepts in this coming to fruition in future games all the way up to 5 is really fascinating. I think this track is really good. I don't remember this music being this good for the ending here. But I do think the soundtrack is very good. I think, again, Lucia's a really interesting character design-wise and gameplay-wise. Bolverk is a sick boss. Again, I think there's more they could take from this and sort of reinterpret and re-implement. It's fine. It's fine. Devil May Cry 2. It's fine, actually. I totally get why people will play it and come away from it not really enthused. Especially when playing it so close to the other games, you know? I totally get it. I will not say that you're wrong if you don't like it, you know? I've got quite a few friends who not big fans of it. That's fine. But, again, you know, I played this game when it first came out. I'm a huge Devil May Cry fan. In collaboration with Diesel for Successful Living. And at the time, it didn't feel bad. But again, at the time, there were no memes about shoot to win. You know? There was no, skip Devil May Cry 2, because there was only Devil May Cry 1 and Devil May Cry 2. So, the thing I was let down by was the lack of weapon variety for Dante, but then I figured, well, we've got an entire other playable character with her own moveset. I wish I could switch between them on the fly, but alas. And of course, we've got Unlockable Trish, who is really cool, very fun to play as. And we will be doing a stream next week playing through as her. Probably both scenarios. But, you know, it's hard for me in any good faith to say this is a bad game when I know the vast swath of garbage on the PlayStation 2 from around this time. You know? So, it's alright. Devil May Cry 2, you're alright. Hey, check it out, look! It's Dante's office from 1, but he cleaned it up.
My job is hunting.
There's still a bunch of stuff stabbed onto the walls. And the door is still blown off the hinges.
I know.
But it's a little cleaner than it was in DMC1.
But Sparta did come back.
A motorcycle. So the joke, me and my friend had back in the day was like, yo, what if that's Trish, though? What if that's not Dante? What if that's Trish? Because Trish had a motorcycle in 1 when she showed up here. I think about that a lot. No, it's cool. The entire PlayStation 2 library was Resident Evil 4, MGS3, and Kingdom Hearts 2. Yeah, if you're going to compare this game to those, yeah. And that's what people do. You know, you compare the blooper reel to the highlight. You compare the rough sketch to, you know, the entire content of the Louvre. And of course it's going to seem a little subpar. But I still have a lot of affection for this game, and I think it's very fun. Yep. This is pretty much what my report cards looked like in high school. To Thistlestrand. Lucia's costume change and mission selector now available. Bloody Palace is now available. Now enjoy the hard mode. Oh, we will, but we'll do that next week. That said, if I load my game here... Okay, so real quick, of course, we saw this costume for Lucia, but because I alluded to it, let's just look real quick at Trish. She gets her special loading screens and stuff. She gets Sparta, like the end of DMC1. Now, the reason I have her, the way you're supposed to unlock her is beating hard mode, but there is a code you can put in. I didn't learn about that until last night. And that's also why we had Diesel Dante, because I wanted that. So we're not going to talk too much about Trish's moveset right now. We are just going to say a lot of this probably looks familiar to you. A lot of it probably looks a little more responsive as well. We'll do a deep dive on Trish's movesets next week when we play as her. Again, there's a lot of fascinating stuff, but what this means is we essentially get a Dante-like moveset, or more accurately, a DMC1 Dante moveset that we can use throughout Lucia's disc. And I think that's really cool. I think also if I do this... No, well, you can see we get a round trip. Let's see, what's the... There we go, what's that? What did I just do there? We'll find out next time when we play Devil May Cry 2 on hard mode as Trish, which is not normally the flow it would take, but that's fine. I just want to play a little more DMC2, and I want an excuse to play as Trish. So, yeah, that's it. Next week, next Sunday, we'll do more of this throughout the week. I got to finish those commissions. I got to take some more commissions, so I will be doing some art streams throughout this week. And I will get to Devil May Cry 3 in the future. I'm just, we know why I'm waiting. We know why I'm waiting. But yeah, I'll see you all next time for Devil May Cry 2. I guess I should change this now, right? To Trish. Like we're surprised by this, you know? Feign a little surprise. No, is this anything? Is this an outro? I don't know. I'm very hungry. Thank you for watching. I'll see you next week.